Good morning. Oh. Sorry, apologies. No problem. Good morning all. Members, welcome to the meeting. I'll just confirm who's in the room and who's attending via Starley this morning. So in the room is myself, Kelly Armstrong and Paul Frew, and online we have Ciara Ferguson, Aisling Riley and Stephen Dunn. Good morning all. Just to remind members of the requirement to declare any interest you may have in relation to items under discussion today. If anyone wants to...
I'll declare interest as an owner of a rented property.
Anyone else have any? Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. I declare an interest as private landlord.
Thank you. And if Andy, who's running slightly late this morning, when he joins us, I'm sure he will declare his interest, or we'll ask him to. Members, any apologies for today's meeting? No.
I'm Paula Bradley.
Paula, we're aware of our chair, Paula, won't be in attendance today, although she may try to tune in just to listen in at one stage, but we wish Paula very well. We know there's an issue going on with herself at the moment. Members, agenda item 2 is the draft minutes. Draft minutes from the meeting on the 9th of December 2021 are at page 7 of your pack. Members, are you content to agree the minutes of the 9th of December 2021 as drafted?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Agenda item 3, Chairperson's business. Obviously, Paula's not with us at the moment, but as Vice Chair, I'll just give you an update. I met in a party capacity with the Independent Welfare Delegations team. I believe that they are the panel. Sorry, I believe that they are meeting with individual parties. Having spoken to Les Allenby, the chair, just yesterday, it was a very informative meeting of what the panel are looking at. They have asked if it might be possible to come and meet the committee. Now, obviously, we're extraordinarily busy with a lot of bills, and they know that, but given the fact that they will be reporting in February, or intending to report in February, they would appreciate a short time with the committee just to give a presentation. So are you content that we try to fit them in for a very short presentation at some stage, possibly the end of January, committee?
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't have anything else there. Agenda item 4, matters arising. Members have been provided at page 20 with a departmental response in relation to a ban on domestic boilers in new build homes. The response states that any queries around a ban on domestic boilers in new build houses and any potential impact on budget would be more appropriately directed to the Department of Finance to address under its plans for building regulations, which are currently out for consultation. Just to ask members, are you content to note, or have you any comments on this? All quiet. Content to note.
Well, maybe we should pass it over to the Finance Committee, just so they're aware.
I was actually going to suggest that myself, that we do pass this on to the Finance Committee, because this will have a huge implication. You know, if whatever changes that there could be coming in, I know that Northern Ireland isn't necessarily considering a ban on domestic boilers, but given the future of what fuel could be provided for homes, it would be worthwhile that the Department of Finance, or the Committee for Finance, are aware that this committee is interested in that. Members, you've been provided at page 21 with a departmental response in relation to changing places toilets. The response states that the department is committed to ensuring that public buildings and facilities are accessible to everyone. Officials will continue to liaise with council representatives on the Access and Inclusion programme, and will continue to promote the installation of changing places to help address any gaps that exist in their location. Members, are you content to note, or have you any comments? What do we think? Content to know. Okay. Thank you. Members, you've been provided at page 23 with a departmental response in relation to the Disability Strategy Cross-Departmental Working Group. The response states that the Disability Strategy Expert Advisory Panel report recommended that the Department of Finance should adopt inclusive Design Standards BS 8300 in its procurement policies. The Disability Strategy Co-Design Group called for the adoption of BS 8300 for capital investment and infrastructure projects to contribute to the draft strategy outcomes that deaf and disabled people can access our built environment, facilities and transport on an equal basis. Accessibility standards remain under consideration by the Disability Strategy Cross-Departmental Group. Members, any comments, or are you content to note?
Content. Yeah, content.
Okay. What I would say is, again, that we maybe should pass this over to the committee for finance, because it has the Disability Strategy Expert Advisory Panel recommended that the Department of Finance should adopt these policies. Perhaps we could ask the Committee for Finance, are they considering this as part of their work, and if they could feed back to us on that. Members, we provided at page 25 with a departmental response in relation to the Supporting People feasibility study. The response states that the Housing Executive has submitted a bid to the department for its consideration. The bid includes provision to contribute to the pressures being faced by providers within the current budget constraints, to the implementation of the new 3-year strategy and the requirement to address the identified 14% gap between need and provision. The Housing Executive does not envisage any programme-wide changes in the way Supporting People funding is delivered before the budget is set, and would welcome the bid and associated uplift to the Supporting People budget being met by the Executive. This is an important one, members, as we know. Members, have you any comments, or are you content to note? So it's page 25 in your pack. Anybody have any comments on that, or content to note?
Yeah.
Content to note? Okay.
Yeah.
Members,
Yes.
Members, we've been provided at page 27 with the departmental response in relation to the WICT programme funding. The response states that the department is content to provide updates and will do so in line with its monitoring schedule. The first progress reports are due to be submitted at the beginning of January 2022. Have you any comments, or are you content to note?
Content to note.
Thank you. Members, you've been provided at page 28 with the ministerial response on the Social Security Terminal Illness Bill. The response states that a steering group has been established to scope out the operational requirements to implement the legislative change. It is expected that the updates will be required to guidance and claim forms, as well as some minor system changes. Online advice and information pages will also be updated, and the change will be communicated to the public, the clinical community and support organisations. It's anticipated that any impact on operational resourcing in the department will be minimal. The definition of terminally ill, used for the purposes of enabling fast-tracked access to certain social security benefits, is not linked to specific medical conditions. Currently, the person is diagnosed with a progressive disease, with death expected as a consequence of that disease within 6 months. Progressive disease itself is not specifically defined. Members, we know we have been working on this bill, and we were content to put it through on accelerated passage because it is so important. So I'll just ask you, have you any comments, or are you content to note? Any comments, anybody? Or content?
No.
Okay. I think we're all, to be honest, glad that this is moving forward and that there will be communication out there, so it's a very welcome move. Agenda item 5 then, support for mortgage interests, etc., security for loans bill. Members, you have been provided with a raised paper on the bill at page 31 of your pack. Members, are you content to invite Eleanor to brief on this paper at a future meeting in January? Yeah.
Yes.
Members, in your tabled papers, you've been provided with the departmental response on the support for mortgage interest, etc., security for loans bill in relation to the committee querying that no consultation had been carried out in relation to the bill. Members, I don't know whether you've read that, but if you could have a look at that tabled paper that has come through. Are you content to note, or have you any comments? or to note for now until we commence work on this bill in the new year.
So I'm content to leave it, Chair, until we get into the meat and bones of the bill.
Yeah, to be honest, the fact that we are now taking this forward as a committee, that information contained within that letter shows that, you know, while we were told that there was no consultation, there has been an attempt there by the department, but even so, we do have questions on that. So we'll continue on with that, support for mortgage interest, etc. in the new year. Thank you. And then we move on now to committee deliberations on the private tenancies bill. Members, the committee will now continue its deliberations on the private tenancies bill. This is still not the formal clause by clause stage. We are still reviewing responses with the department on a number of outstanding issues to decide on whether any further amendments are to be considered or whether a committee recommendation or ministerial assurance would suffice. The most recent departmental response was received yesterday and is in your tabled papers. The clerk has also emailed you the updated deliberations table showing progress we have made on each clause. Members, you have been provided with papers for this item starting at page 61 with a response from the Department of Finance on fire and smoke alarms in communal areas of apartments. Members, in your tabled papers and for information is correspondence from Will Chambray highlighting a report on recent virtual roundtable discussion hosted by FMB and Velux on raising energy efficiency standards in new homes in Northern Ireland. Members, have you any comments or are you content to note? Content to note? Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Members, you have been provided with a submission from Belfast Asian Women at page 63. If members are content to include a copy of that submission, are you content, to include a copy of that submission in the final report?
Yes.
Thank you. Members, a copy of the bill is at page 64. The 2006 order is at page 104. The evidence summary tables start at page 159. The research paper on the bill is at page 261 and departmental replies to the committee queries so far start at page 388. David Pawley, Ailish O'Neill and Karen Barr from the department are in attendance. Claire McCanny from the Bill's office is following proceedings and will be available to the committee for a closed session at the end of this session should members need that time with the bill clerk to discuss options for amendments and instruction for drafting committee amendments. Members, are you in agreement to proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Members, just to remind you that questions or comments should be focused on the specific clause under discussion. If you are content, then we will make a start and welcome to the meeting David Pawley, Ailish O'Neill and Karen Barr. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Good morning. David, I'll just go through.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, good morning. Good to see you again. We'll just go through these clauses then just with you. So clause 3, tenant to be provided with rent receipt for payment in cash. In relation to clause 3, I will remind members that at the meeting on the 9th of December, the committee concluded that the amendment should include a receipt for all payments related to the private tenancy that are paid in cash to the landlord or the agent. The department has confirmed that the Minister will take forward an amendment to the clause or the insertion of a sub-clause for a receipt to be provided for all cash payments arising under the tenancy. The department is developing the text of a proposed amendment and will forward this to the committee as soon as possible. Thank you so much for that, David, Ailish and Karen. In relation to clause 353B, the department states that its position remains that removing the text relating to or as soon as reasonably possible means that an offence is automatically committed if the receipt is not provided at the time of payment. The time of payment may be at the tenant's choosing. The duty to provide a receipt is wholly dependent on the landlord or their agent. The scenario must be provided for if a tenant insists on payment being made even though the agent or the landlord does not have the means to issue a receipt. It may also mean a landlord or agent having to refuse payment until they're in a position to provide a receipt at a time of payment and tenants being in arrears of rent. The department therefore does not wish to take such an amendment. David, will we see the text of the amendment regarding all cash payments in time for our meeting on the 21st of December, or if that will need to be taken forward as a committee amendment?
we've been working with drafters to try and get something over to you as quickly as possible. Obviously, we want to get it to you in time for that. OLC are working on it now. It is a bit more complicated than it might at first seem, but I think we're getting there in terms of getting it done.
Okay.
So, but the 21st is Tuesday and this is Thursday, so you'll need it by Monday. So that is what we're trying to do, and we're going to catch up with the OLC after this meeting.
Okay, if you could let us know as quickly as possible, because our meeting on the 21st is predicated on getting information through from yourselves. If needs be, given the fact that we are in recess, we may have to move a meeting then before recess, ends. But it's just if we can get that as soon as possible. Members, have you any comments on this?
On the whole clause 3 piece, or just a specific?
On the clause 3, that 353B.
Yeah, 3B. Yeah, well, you know my views, guys, on this. I don't believe that it should be in. I think it leaves it open. I get your arguments. I just don't agree that it needs to be there. I understand what you're trying to do, but again, I don't think that it should be there. So we're probably, on this one, we're loggerheads. I can't speak on behalf of the committee, I can't, but with regards to me alone, I just don't like a new clause 3, which will amend 3B. That's where we're at.
Okay. We understand where you're coming from as well. It is the intention of the way it's drafted is that the receipt is given instantly. That was always the intention of how it was drafted and how it was set up, and what it will say in the guidance. You should get a receipt whenever you hand over cash. However, because when you're making law and you're creating an offence, you do need to cover off strange but reasonable other occurrences, which is what we were trying to do. And we've talked about those at some length, and I suppose we don't want to do that again. But that's why we feel it has to be in there, because there are reasonable circumstances where a tenant might do it, and the point is that the point of the tenant's choosing when the cash could be paid, but the duty is on the landlord. And so if a tenant chooses to do it, reckless though that might be, inadvisable though that might be, the duty is on the landlord. If the landlord can't do it, then the landlord creates the offence, but it's the tenant that does the action. So I suppose that's at the heart of our concern about the committee's proposal.
Yeah, I'm thinking out loud as I talk, which is always a dangerous thing. But I think what's destructive for me with regards to 3B is that we're giving, if it's not possible to give a receipt at time of payment, and again, I don't agree that it wouldn't be possible. I think that a landlord should be able to, or a landlord agent should be able to say, no, I'll not take that off you at this present time, because I just do not have the facility to give you a receipt. But it's the next part. It's the as soon as reasonably possible after that time. Is there any way that we can have a compromise sentence that basically provides a defence but doesn't give a reasonable time? So
yeah.
So what I suppose what I mean by that is that it should read, the receipt must be provided at the time the payment is made. Or, and if you need it, a subsection B, then instead of it being about a time, could it be about a defence as to why you would take cash without giving a receipt? And that in itself, now I struggle to find a defence, I struggle to find a reason, but you see what I'm getting at. So it's not about apportioning a reasonable time, it's about apportioning a reasonable defence as to why you would take the cash.
I think it's useful to ask that question. I think the way we've drafted it is actually roughly along those lines. It's maybe not what you were suggesting you thought it was. What it means is it has to be done as quickly as possible. And if it's not possible to do it right away, it still has to be done as quickly as possible, but as quickly as a reasonable person would think is possible. So, which is to say, the landlord would have to explain, ultimately possibly to a council or ultimately to a court, why they didn't do it right away, and the court would then decide whether or not they think that's a reasonable excuse for not doing it right away.
Yeah. So
It's not up to the landlord to define that. The landlord. So the point here is that it does need to be done right away.
Yeah. So I can't envisage. Well, whilst we are making it an offence, there's no doubt about that. I can't see in any way that a landlord or a landlord agent being in court on this, giving some sort of defence, won't be taken in hand by the court anyhow, no matter if we had 3B in place. So whilst he would be technically, or she would be technically committing an offence by taking cash and not giving a receipt, in a court of law there'll always be a pleading of a defence, and if the judge or the court deems that to be a reasonable defence, then surely that would still cover the offender.
Well, if we put it in where it has to be done right away, and it doesn't say that as soon as reasonably possible, and that is what gives. It's that line that gives the court the ability to decide whether or not it's reasonable that the landlord did it a week later. And I suppose my point is, just because they can't do it right away doesn't mean that they do it at their leisure. It's still up to them to get the receipt as quickly as possible, is the way that we've drafted it.
In the real world, I think what will happen is, if a receipt's not handed over, the receipt will be then handed over the very next time that the interaction takes place, which could be a month's time, at the next giving of rent. Now, you can see the convenience there, and in most cases where all parties are quite innocent and honourable.
I don't think that would be as quickly as is reasonably possible.
Yeah, but you can see how in a real life scenario that plays out that way, because ultimately, why is anyone going to drive somewhere to hand over a piece of paper and not get anything in exchange? They'll wait to the next time they have to get that rent of that person, whether that be 2 week period, a week period, or a month's period.
Although there's a digital and electronic way that a receipt could be issued. So, say if a tenant called at a landlord's house, there was no one in, and posted the rent or whatever payment in cash in with a note through the letterbox of the landlord, and the landlord received that, and had an email address for the tenant. It would be reasonable to expect that there would be an acknowledgement that the money had been received by some digital means. I suppose where it would be reasonable if it wasn't issued at that point in time, if the landlord didn't have any digital method of contacting the tenant, you could equally call it the tenant's property and issue a receipt.
You raise a very valid point. So you raise a very valid point there, and if I could, I tease that out with you. So imagine a scenario whereby a tenant rolls up to a landlord's house and posts cash. Mm-hmm. Now that to me that would be very inadvisable.
Absolutely.
But imagine that did. Mm-hmm. And then the landlord comes home from a night out or from even a holiday, mm-hmm. and finds this cash on his threshold, mm-hmm. in his hall. Has he committed an offence under clause 3? And if you take 3B out, and that man comes home from a night out or from a week's holiday, sees the cash, and then goes and gives the receipt, or doesn't go and give the receipt until the next time they see the tenant, where does that person stand? Even with 3A and B as it stands at the present time.
And I think if they came back and found it, then that's the point at which they get it, and at that point it's not reasonable for them to give a receipt because the person's not there that way. So then this puts them on a duty to get them a receipt as quickly as is reasonably possible. And I suppose there are many different interpretations of that, and that is up to a court, and that's why we have courts. But we are going to put guidance in around this.
Yeah.
So some of the things that, I mean, you said the thing, okay, well, I'll just give it to them next month when they come again. Well, we'll have to make that clear, and we'll make that clear in the guidance. Actually, that's an offence. That the landlord is under an obligation to get them the receipt as quickly as possible.
But what I would say to that is this: so 3A, the receipt must be provided at the time the payment is made, or right. So leave out the or and leave out 3B. I would say that someone going to court because the tenant posted the money through their letterbox at a time when they were absent isn't the landlord causing an offence. So that in itself will be a defence going to court. Because they weren't there or privy to the exchange of cash.
Yeah, and I think those would be some of the scenarios where you would imagine that when there's a complaint made to the council about non-receipt of a receipt, and the council carry out their investigations and the landlord explains why, that meets the test of reasonableness. It's where a tenant is repeatedly not getting a receipt for the payments that they're making to a landlord, and the landlord doesn't have any justification that it becomes an offence. But the issue of whether or not it's reasonable that they didn't issue the receipt at the point in time they received the cash then is a judgment call, and it leaves a bit of flexibility and capacity within the council to make that call. I think that was what our intention was.
Which brings me to my point. Which brings me to my point about changing 3B slightly so that it's not about a reasonable time, but about a reasonable exchange. You see what I'm getting at, because the landlord wasn't privy to that exchange if that tenant has posted that money through the letterbox. Now, there's all sorts of dangers and pitfalls with that tenant doing that, and they shouldn't have done that. No. But there has been no action taken there by the landlord. So that in itself should be a defence. And whether it needs to be stated on the bill, I don't know. But I think to me that's the compromise here. Now, how you would word that, I don't know.
So it would be, if that is not possible at the next opportunity, or something like that. I mean, I suppose from the department and the committee's point of view, we're trying to finish this backward and forward off so you can do your report. Yeah, of course, of course. And I just don't like 3B. That's the truth of it. Elish, but I'm trying. Our guidance, it will cover off some scenarios in terms of reasonableness, won't it?
Well, the guidance will say you shouldn't be given over any cash unless you're in a position to get a receipt, and the guidance to a landlord will be saying, and when you receive any cash payment, you should be given a receipt and detailing the information that's required in legislation. So, I mean, we won't be highlighting anything to do with reasonableness. We're saying this is what you should be doing. This is best practice, and it would only be in exceptional circumstances then when a receipt can't be given that you should be doing so at the earliest opportunity. I suppose what I'm trying to think. I think what you were articulating earlier to member was around the reasonable time to us is the same as having a reasonable defence, and I worry that something that can sound quite straightforward whenever you go back to the drafters and then you start using words like defence or justification then becomes suddenly more complicated, and that you have to come up with scenarios.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. So that's not my optimum position. I would suggest. I just still don't know that we need or we want or we should have 3B. But I get your arguments and I get the reason why it's in the bill, and I just don't agree with them. It's really as simple as that. But I just need to do more meditation on it.
Okay.
I don't see any. Just to say to those members there in Starlight.
Does anyone else want to ask us any questions about this?
I'm just checking now if any of the members in Starlight, if you want to raise your hand, I don't see your face at the moment, so you'll need to do the digital hand waving at me. I don't see anybody at the moment, David. So Paul, we'll move on then. Also in clause 3, the committee proposed an amendment that would prevent a landlord from requesting solely cash payments or alternatively an amendment that would place a statutory duty on a landlord to offer a choice, potentially from a list of agreed options, in the method of payment for rent and other payments related to the tenancy. Members, just to remind you, the committee has sought its own legal advice in preparation for a potential committee amendment in that regard, should it be necessary. The department states that in the time frame available for the passage of this bill, the department would be unable to undertake an impact analysis of the current position, the types of payments and agreements between landlords and tenants, how and why a change in line with the committee's proposed amendment would be beneficial and to whom, how many other legislative measures existing and or proposed, including contract law, may interact and impact, and any comparative analysis of other jurisdictions where such arrangements are in place. The Department therefore does not wish to take the amendment proposed by the committee. The Department will, however, ensure that the Department's guidance to landlords and tenants will reiterate that landlords should offer a choice in the method of payment. David, have you anything further you want to add on that?
I suppose just that I think what the committee's talking about here would be an entire separate clause to be added to the bill. Quite late in the day, and this was only raised at the last committee meeting, I think, or possibly the one before that. And we would, as we tried to set out there, I mean, our scoping of it and our looking into it has revealed that there is quite a lot of stuff to be worked through. That's not to say that you couldn't work through those things. It's just that given the time frame and it's, as I say, it's going to be a whole other clause, so I don't think you could do it just by tweaking a bit of the legislation. And we wouldn't be minded to try and put that into the bill now.
Okay. Members, any comments on this?
We haven't had our legal advice yet. No,
We will deal with that in closed session.
Okay. No, I'm still out in this one. I'm still keen to actively explore some sort of clause, and I agree with you. It shouldn't be incorporated within Clause 3 with regards to amendment of the Clause 5, the old Clause 5. But I'm still actively considering it.
Okay. Okay. I don't see any other members indicating at this stage, so we'll probably be dealing with this a wee bit more. David may come back to you guys on
that.
Well,
I suppose we would expect to hear more from you after you've got your legal advice. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. We'll move then on to Clause 7, which is restriction on rent increases. After considerations, the officials' response in the matter, the committee agreed that it no longer wanted to seek a change to the name of the clause. The department then advised its content to look at increasing the notice period to 3 months and would discuss this with the Minister and drafters. The department has confirmed it will prepare an amendment to increase the notice period in 5D4 to 3 months, and is developing the text of a proposed amendment, and will forward this to the committee as soon as possible. Again, David, we're intending to meet on the 21st of December. If we could, it's quite insignificant.
Yes, you will definitely get this before the 21st of December. We have this already, and we'll send it to you. Well, we were going to wait to see if we had to send you anything else after this meeting and incorporate it into one letter, just to try and keep things simple.
Okay.
Well, we did only receive it late yesterday, and otherwise it would have been with the committee.
Okay.
We've got this sorted out late yesterday.
Members, any comments on that? I think, to be honest, that we're welcome that, because that is one of our suggestions. Then just moving on to Clause 8, fire, smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. The committee requested that the department provides further information regarding the review of the building regulations and fire safety standards, and advises members on the time frame and progress of the review. David, would you be able to talk us through the response, please, from the Department of Finance?
Yes, I suppose. So we got this from the team in the Department of Finance, and we've been working with them a bit more on this general area. And this is part of the broader work that's going on building safety. So some of the members might be aware that DOF is leading a programme board to make sure that people in Northern Ireland are as protected in terms of fire safety, especially fire safety in taller buildings. So it's, for the outworkings of after the Grenfell fire and their judicial review into that. So as you'll see, the Department of Finance, they have done the first part. They split it into parts, and they're working on the first part. They're trying to get the statutory rule through this mandate, and then they'll be moving on to the second part. I suppose I entirely understand the committee's interest in it. I'm also interested in, obviously, because we work in housing. So there's impacts on this, on the housing executive and our housing associations. We're within housing, we're taking forward little bits of that programme of work. So Mark O'Donnell, my grade 3, he sits on that programme board. So this is all part of that broader part of work. I suppose the point we want to make to the committee about the private tenancies bill is that whilst it's very interesting and very relevant and very important, it is the context within the private tenancies bill. It means in the context within which the private tenancies exist. It's not actually about the private tenancies themselves. So we don't think that there's any reason why we shouldn't progress with what we have in the private tenancies bill while that work goes on.
Okay. Can I just check then, the wording then it currently is within clause 8, you're content that when the Department of Finance does their work, that this will enable that to happen and whatever the impacts are on private landlords? I
think it future-proofs it actually, because at the minute, there are scenarios at the minute where actually it means that there should be, there are going to be more protections outside the actual door of the actual tenancy. But in the taller buildings, you've seen from the Department of Finance response that at the minute, there isn't actually an obligation to have a fire detection system in a large block of apartments, some of which are sublet as private tenancies. Okay. But that is going to be part of the second part of their work. But our text actually future-proofs it to say that if that changes, our text will align with that. So you see, it says there may be an obligation on you to do stuff outside in the shared areas. I don't have it to hand now. And the point being that no matter what scenario happens after the consultation, the next stage, our text is future-proof to deal with that.
No, I think that. And members, have you any comments? I think, to be honest, we're probably covered on that one, David. That's fine. Thank you very much. Clause 9, so we'll move on to that one now. Clause 9 and Schedule 2, Energy Efficiency Regulations. The amended Schedule 2 was provided to the committee during the meeting on the 9th of December, and it was agreed that it would be considered today. However, members, the committee is not obliged to come to a decision on the amended schedule as it did not take evidence on this version. David, in saying that, could you talk us through the new Schedule 2, please?
Yes, I'm delighted to. I suppose the first point I would want to make is that this will be done by regulation. So this is a schedule which allows the department to make regulations. Those regulations will be draft affirmative and will be made after full consultation, and they will also be made in alignment with the energy strategy and things like that to make sure they're actually workable. This is quite complex and quite an imposition on landlords. Well, it will be over the next few decades, so we want to get it right. And we need to take our time over that and make sure that we get it right so it works well. The second point I would want to make is I suppose the department would like the committee. I know you don't have to take a view on it, but we would value the committee's support on this amendment as it goes to the Assembly. So if you just want to run through it then, I mean, the first bit is the basic prohibition. So it's a prohibition somebody letting out a dwelling house of inadequate energy efficiency, and that is letting or continuing to let. So if we were to bring something in and you were already letting it out, you'd still be caught under it. And we haven't changed that in the proposed amendment. That still as stands in the original bill. The second bit then is to say that it's based on your EPC, and it is already a legal requirement to have an EPC in order to let out a house, or indeed to sell a house. And what we say is that we'll say is that EPC that you already have to have, it needs by a certain date to be a certain level of energy, to represent a certain level of energy efficiency. And that hasn't changed. That basic. So that's those first 2 points set out the basic architecture of what we're proposing, and they haven't changed. What we have done then is added a lot more detail into some of the following sections, and that is to allow us to make a more comprehensive set of regulations that would better allow us to, over time, incrementally drive up the energy efficiency of the private rented stock to where it needs to be, in terms of fuel poverty, and the fact that private rented sector has some of the buildings with the worst energy efficiency, and they're lived in by some of the most vulnerable people. But also, secondly, because we need to generally get our whole domestic energy efficiency up to a level that allows us to deliver net carbon by 2050. So the next section talks about exemptions to the prohibition. So those would be set out like the exemptions on the basis of the type of the house. So they could be, for example, the way a building is constructed, which would limit the type of energy efficiency you could have. It could be because they're listed inside and or out, or somehow or other protected. So we can have exemptions around those sorts of things. The second thing is we've introduced, and this is new in the amendment, the concept of an improvement exemption, which would say that notwithstanding the fact that it might be impossible or very difficult to get right away to where the energy efficiency needs to be, that you will be allowed to continue to let out the house whilst you make a series of improvements over time. And we've said that we can link that to a cost limit, which is to say, we would expect the landlord to spend a certain amount over a certain period of time, and they could get an exemption as they incrementally make improvements to the energy efficiency of the house. And then we said there could be other types of exemptions, and those would be, we were thinking of things like the tenant who's in the house refuses and has a reasonable reason for refusing for building work to take place within the house. So the landlord would have to wait till they change the tenancy, or that you need permissions from some other party or permits or something like that. So if you were to, for example, be renting out a house in a large block of apartments, you would need the leasehold, the person of the leasehold to do the work, and that might not be forthcoming. Or you might, again, this would also relate back to, you might need listed building consent or something like that, or to do some work. So those are the sorts of things that would be looking to create exemptions over. But the point is, and what's changed is that in the way it was drafted, if a building was exempt, that was it. A class of building was exempt, that would have been it. It was completely exempt. We've now introduced the concept of gradual improvement and doing as much as you can, even if it is it's not possible to get to where you need to be. We still think that we should think about making those landlords do as much as possible within the constraints of what the building is. The next section then goes on to talk about other aspects of the regulations. So those relate to the process. There'll be an authority to oversee it. There'll be processes around applications. There will be a register of the exemptions that will be publicly available so tenants can check. There will be, we'll allow inspections around it as well, powers of inspection. The exemptions won't be endless, they can be time bound. So if you get an improvement exemption, you say, I will do this amount of work, but then after a certain period of time, you'll have to come back and say, well, maybe I'll have to do more work now, and you'll gradually increase your energy efficiency. There's a bit more detail on the improvement exemptions. There's powers around appeals and disputes. And then at the end, there's one which is around if somebody suddenly becomes a landlord and has to sort all this out, there's a temporary one as well. And that matches the provision in the HMO legislation, in the licensing legislation. Then there's a bit which relates to Article 12 of the 2006 order, which is about a landlord having to allow in, or a landlord getting access to a building, and a tenant having a duty to allow a landlord to carry out necessary works. And this defines these things as necessary works. Although ultimately, as I say, there might be some circumstances where it might not be possible to get in, so we might need to consider an exemption for that. Then we define EPCs, and we future-proof it as well on the event that the EPC system changes or a different system comes in. And then there's quite a long bit at the end which is about offences, and as you probably know better than we do, when it comes to offences, you more or less need to set out what the offences will be and how they'll be dealt with in the primary. So there's quite a lot of detail here, but the regulations can create offences, and so there's offences here for the letting out scenario, but also the continuing to let scenario, which gets more complex, because then it depends how you start to come in how long you've continued to let for. We've introduced specific bits around the improvement exemption. What happens if you have an improvement exemption and you don't do it, and you get to the end of your improvement exemption and you haven't done what you promised to do? There's bits around fixed penalty notices, which are a way of avoiding everything going to court, and what happens if you are continuing to let out, you pay your fixed penalty notice, but you keep on going, keep on letting it out, so all those sorts of things are dealt with. So you'll see there's various different scenarios there. but the basic principles are there's continuing to let and letting. There's fixed penalty notices are introduced and how we deal with them. What happens if you pay a fixed penalty notice but continue to let? And all those different scenarios are dealt with. So I feel that's a whistle-stop tour, Chair.
I'll just ask members if anyone has any queries on that. David, could I just ask you a question on this? If as a result of this work, the value of the property is increased, and then we take into consideration the LHA, are there any protections there for the tenants following the energy efficiency improvements being made, that they don't then see a significant hike? I know that there's another piece of legislation to come in the next mandate, but that there wouldn't be a significant hike to the rent, and it maybe goes beyond the LHA and it makes it impractical.
Not in this bit. This is about compelling landlords to carry out energy efficiency work. And you're right that it's going to cost them money. I mean, aside from it should also increase the value of the house. It is going to cost them money, and they will have to pay for that. So there's a few things in there, though. I mean, the idea of an improvement exemption gradually over time. There can be a limit in there, the cash limit. The point of that is to not suddenly shock the landlord with a large cost that they feel either will drive them out of the sector and they will stop letting the house and will lose supply, or that they feel they need to put rents up steeply to pay for it. So the idea of doing it gradually over 30 years is meant to mitigate that risk. But there's nothing in this part that refers to restrictions on rent increases. As you said, we are going to look at that in phase 2, but I suppose I have to make the point that there is a question about who pays generally for energy efficiency improvements in the domestic dwelling sector, how they are paid for. That discussion is ongoing. The affordable warmth scheme is available, which pays for up to half of the cost for a private sector landlord. It's not well used. I suppose through time as well, part of that will be the availability of grants or low-cost loans and things like that will have to be considered. But in broad policy terms, over the next 30 years, we are going to have to consider how we do this transition in a way that doesn't render the private rental sector unaffordable for tenants. And
David, I suppose it's worth saying that we will be working with our colleagues as they develop the energy strategy, and they're looking at the schemes and programmes that are going to be introduced to help a range of householders, not just private rented landlords, but owner-occupiers and those in the social sector, those social landlords who have to carry out work to their properties as well to meet our reduction targets.
I suppose, Chair, so those are the things that we're going to have to work out, and that's why we were talking about consulting on aligning with things, and it is going to be over 30 years. But one of the reasons we've taken this amendment is because we identified from the responses made to the committee that people were assuming that we would do it in a certain way that tried to mitigate those risks, and we just wanted to make sure our regulations allowed us to do it in that way. So, in particular, the point of the improvement amendment is to allow work to be done gradually over time to bring things up, rather than bringing around a situation where a landlord is forced to do a lot of work very quickly at great expense, and that creates a shock.
Okay. Just another question, just to see, on this schedule, what discussions has there been with the Department of Finance officials with the building regulations on this? Has there been any crossover there?
Yeah, we discussed it with them, which is one of the reasons why there's a bit in it about future-proofing EPCs. I know in other places they have looked at EPC. Scotland reviewed the EPC system. The EPC system will probably, I mean, it's based, I'm not sure I really want to get into it. I'm not sure I can get into it, but it will need to evolve and change as we go through to get us towards 2050 and for it to serve that purpose. I know that Scotland reviewed it and asked the question whether or not they should replace it with something different, and decided that they would change it instead. So it's really very possible something that will happen here, which is why that bit is in it about, this is based on the existence of the EPC system as it is at the minute.
Okay. No, it's just, as you say, it's about future proofing as well. No problem. Members, anyone else want to come in on this energy efficient clause 9? I think we will be discussing it later David. So I think at this stage, thank you very much for providing us with that. I know that we are, as a committee, going to be looking at that. So we might come back to you if there's anything further on that one. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Clause 10 then is the electrical safety standard regulations. Members, last week it was discussed that potentially committee could consider if all regulations in relation to this clause should be laid before the Assembly. We should receive the report of the ESR in the bill shortly to aid our consideration of that point. Was there anything you wish to say on that today, David?
Well, we just wanted to check. This is the committee's proposal that possibly all regulations should be draft affirmative. At the minute, only parts of them are. Mm-hmm. Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I mean, well, we would have to make another amendment to the bill for that.
Okay. We'll discuss that in closed session, no problem. Then clause 11. Validity requirements for notices to quit given by landlords and tenants. Members, given the potential implications of an amendment which could extend the notice to quit period to 6 months, the committee was minded to consider bringing forward an amendment that changes the notice to quit period provided in the bill from 8 weeks to 12 weeks, as is the case in the Private Tenancies Coronavirus Modifications Act 2021. The committee is currently seeking the views of the Assembly Legal Services to whether amendments of the type proposed by the committee would engage Article 1 of Protocol 1 of the ECHR and the potential consequences of this. The Department would, however, like to explore further the Committee's considerations of an amendment similar to the Private Tenancies Coronavirus Modifications Act 2021. The Committee had also requested that the Department provides a timeline showing how it intends to ensure that the responses from the consultation are available to the Committee and MLAs in good time before consideration stage of the bill. The Department states that it wishes to reserve its position on any amended notice to quit period until the outcome of its recently launched consultation, which closes on the 25th of January 2022. The Department states that it is difficult to provide a definitive response to the Committee's request for a timeline in advance of the outcome of that notice to quit consultation, and has highlighted the reasons for that in its response. David, could you take us through those, please?
Well, the Department, we're doing a consultation, so the Department will reserve its position on any potential amendments to this until that concludes. I suppose what we wanted, the Committee signalled it's thinking about making the basic notice to quit 12 weeks. So I suppose we just want to explore in exactly what set of circumstances, and we put those in our letter. The first one is, so we've split it into landlords and tenants. Landlords give notice, tenants give notice. Is the committee saying this is just for landlords or is it for landlords and tenants? The second one is the bill as it's written sets out different notices to quit periods for different lengths of time of the tenancies of different age, or tenants having been in the tenancy for different lengths of time. So we are proposing changing those to a short 12-month introductory one, a 12-month to 10 years, and then an over 10 years one. Is that how is the committee's proposal fitting within that framework? And then the third one is, you'll have seen that we have suggested that any longer notices to quit would need consideration of exemptions. So we'd be wondering whether or not the committee's considering exemptions. And on that point, if you were going to say, well, it would be longer but with exemptions, then we would need to work out what those exemptions are and do quite a lot of detailed work to define them, things like that. And I suppose that would be a concern to the Department, to the extent that the bill could progress, saying that there will be exemptions, or there could be exemptions, but we don't exactly know what they are, or they're not well defined yet, or something like that, which would mean that the Attorney General, I suppose, would be faced with a bill which has a longer notice to quit on the face of it, but doesn't actually have those balancing measures in place yet. Which they would want to consider those all together to see whether or not it was within competence.
Well, we are still, we'll be going into closed session to discuss this, and we are seeking legal advice ourselves. As you appreciate, the legal advice is privileged, unless we get to a situation where I show you mine if you show me yours. I won't be able to do that for legal reasons. But members, have you any comments on this? Very I'm just checking to see if any one of the members on Starleaf want to come in on this. I know that the committee were particularly interested in under the 12 months.
So just remind me again, through the Chair, because I was distracted there for a small period, so please forgive me. But for those tenancies under the 12 months, it's just not students. It can be hospital workers, doctors, medics, and also teachers that may have a placement to cover maternity leave or some other long-term sickness. Again, what you mind with regards to that? If at all?
I think that's why we retained the 4 weeks notice to quit for those tenancies that would be just fall into the categories that you've just highlighted, where a shorter term tenancy suits the tenant and suits the landlord, and a longer notice to quit period may not be required to tie someone into a landlord to give a 12-week notice to quit, where maybe the tenancy has already been agreed for 6 months. Just seemed on the face of it not to make a lot of practical sense. And because we are aware of people who do move for their work and who take out a short-term tenancy. Most students have tenancies for 12 months unless they are maybe in Coleraine University, where they have shorter-term tenancies because the landlord's able to let the property out during the summer. So we weren't differentiating. We were saying any tenancy that's 12 months or below the 4 weeks notice to quit would remain, just in terms of proportionality.
Yeah. So that's the proposal in our, once 2006 order is amended by our bill, there will be well, as long as it goes through as it is drafted at the minute, there'll be a 1 to 12 month or a 4 week notice to quit. And then from 12 months to 10 years, it'll be 8 weeks. And then from 10 years on, it would be 12 weeks. So this is from a landlord to give to a tenant. And then it'll be different if that tenant gives to a landlord, where they are able to leave the tenancy quicker, from 12 months to 10 years. I suppose it's also worth noting on that, just to add to Alicia's point, that those shorter ones tend to be under contract as well.
Yeah.
So if you're entering a 6-month tenancy, you would normally have a contract saying that the tenancy will end on, in 6 months' time, and that essentially operates as a notice to quit. Yes. If it's, depending on exactly how it's drafted and how it's written, that quite often. So most people under short already receive a notice to quit the day they start. Yes. If you follow.
Yeah, no, I get that.
The majority of tenancy agreements start off as a 12-month tenancy agreement, and then when the tenancy isn't formally reviewed, then become a periodic, fall into the periodic tenancy group. So where you have a 12-month contract, you have the date, as David said, the date when your tenancy starts, and you know in advance the date that your tenancy's due to end. So any discussions with the landlord around that continuing beyond that date, would take place before that. And landlords tell us that well over 90% of tenancies end when it's the tenant who gives notice. So the additional time was for those tenants who don't want to leave their home, and to enable them to have the additional time to find somewhere else. And I suppose the 8 weeks doesn't have any exemptions, so it's a 2 months notice to quit without any exemptions built in, as is currently set out in the bill.
Okay.
Just, we were speaking there earlier about the energy efficiency and the potential of tenants, and when there's a break in tenancy, whenever the tenants are changing. I'm just thinking about those short-term tenants, a tenant, if they're there under 12 months and they are intending to continue on their tenancy, but the landlord says, no, that's it, the end of the contract is the end of the contract, off you go. We still have that issue where it's because it's under 12 months, it's 4 weeks. And the 4 weeks does tie in with the homelessness definition, but it does put an extraordinary amount of stress on the tenant then to find an alternative premises that will sit within potentially their housing benefit levels, LHA rates, all of that. There's just as a concern there that a landlord there could be public funding available, for them to assist them for their energy, the work that they need to do to improve the energy rating of the premises that they have, but they're effectively putting someone out, you know, finishing the contract and then that person immediately goes into homelessness status. It's the protection there that we want to make sure is available. But you're saying if someone has signed a contract and there's an end date on that contract, then the tenant can't give an earlier notice to quit on that without...
Well, the tenant could negotiate, and we know from some landlords that has happened, that the tenant their circumstances have changed and they've gone to the landlord and the landlord has accommodated that move, and in circumstances the landlord will say, well, no, you're tied into a 12-month contract and you have to continue to pay the rent. It's down to contract law. So we're both different scenarios.
Okay. But it just means then that the landlord... I suppose landlord and tenant, at the end of whatever that contract period is, the landlord could say, irrespective of what the tenant would like to negotiate, actually I'm going for the energy efficiency grant at this stage, I need the place cleared so I can get that done. Okay, right, all right. We'll deal with this more in closed session. Members, any other comments on that? Looking online here. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else coming forward at this stage. David, Eilish and Karen, thank you so much for coming. Sorry, Paul, go on.
Sorry for doing this, folks. Can I take you back to... Can I take you to my favourite clause 3? And sorry, because this is my ignorance, and I think we've been through this conversation, but I can't remember it, so please forgive me. It's my ignorance. It's my head. See, with regards to 3B, reasonably possible, where does that lie in relation to the new 5ZB? Because it does mention 14 days. Now, I've maybe asked this question last week and I can't remember. Now, I know that's controlled tenancies, and that might be the difference. But surely could we do something in one of those ZAs or ZBs that would actually cater for your requirements in 3B without actually having it in 3B?
So 5ZB suggests that because the rent increase is controlled, let me try and get, I need to be careful of getting this right. Because the department controls the rent increase,
Yes.
that it is quite possible. And we're talking, this is going to be a minority interest here because there are approximately 500 controlled tenancies remaining.
Yeah, of course.
And so we're talking about one of them where the rent is paid in cash, that the tenant pays the wrong amount, and it is more reasonable that a receipt, and I think we're more talking about that the receipt doesn't contain all the information at 5.2. So there's a possible defence for the landlord to have, in that very particular set of circumstances where it might be more understandable because the rent is controlled.
Yes.
I get
that 5ZB is about controlled tenancies.
They have a bit longer to allow them to catch up with what they're meant to do.
Yeah. But suppose my principal question then is, can you not provide defence in a new 5ZC? Sorry, you already have a 5ZC. In a new, the way you have 5ZA and 5ZB contained within clause 3, can you not have a new subclause then that could cater for defence in the scenarios that we talked about earlier?
And I suppose in drafting, and I'm looking to Karen to keep me right with this, because controlled tenancies are a bit of a quagmire. The rent officer for Northern Ireland makes a determination on the rent, and the time frame put in here was to allow for those scenarios where the rent was reduced because work had to be carried out to the property by the landlord. The landlord carries out the work and then immediately puts the rent up, but the rent officer hasn't sent out the determination to say if the rent can be increased or not.
Yeah, sorry,
Karen,
I've threw you in this, and I don't mean to blaze a trail of destruction on your bell, but it's very clear that 5ZB is about controlled tenancies.
Yes.
But is it not beyond the realms of reality here that we could actually have a 5Z whatever, and it's not about controlled tenancies, but it's just about a defence.
So you're asking if we could extend the same defence for everybody, that the controlled tenancy landlords are getting?
Not necessarily, but just have a defined set of defences for the scenario whereby a tenant pays cash and doesn't receive a receipt.
Which isn't that what we were speaking about earlier, Paul? The same thing about having the defence instead of the as reasonably possible.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
instead of doing it,
Yeah.
you're right. So instead of doing it in 3B and amending 3B, just have a new subclause that outlines and lists out defence. It's just a thought that has come into my head, and I don't mean to blaze a trail of destruction.
Okay. So, I mean, I suppose I'm going to start with, you've seen where we are in the process and how
Yeah,
detailed
no, yeah.
5ZB is, because it starts to interact with lots of other things.
I get that, but you did.
You would need
produce a
to
brand
need to
new
list out the
Schedule 2.
reasons.
You did produce
need
a
to-
brand new Schedule 2, so it's not it's not beyond the realms of reality that you could create a new
But
subclause.
you can tell by my face I haven't slept for a month. Okay, I suppose if you were going to do it
And
that
just
way, you would need to think of all the reasons,
Yeah.
and you would need to know them before we get the bill through, and that would be exclusive. And if we missed any, and there's quite possible we would not think of some, or a new set of circumstances. I suppose it's
Couldn't cover off
flexibility.
everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
It is about the
your point-
flexibility.
It would be hard to get
Your
that
point
draft.
is
We wouldn't get it.
that we are entrusting the test of reasonableness to a court,
Yeah.
and I understand that. I suppose at the heart of your concern is that you would rather have some control, or that you think the Assembly should have some control over that, rather than us just saying, well, it's whatever.
If I could just say, David, as well, the reason that it's in there about the controlled tenancies is because we were getting rid of the rent book, and in Article 50 of the PTA would already made that defence there, where a landlord there may be a wrong amount in the rent book because of the controlled tenancy. So our bill had to include this,
Yeah.
because it was consequential of the bill. So that was why we specifically were able to do that, because it's there. But to do a defence for all other things, as David and Eilish were saying there,
Yeah.
that would take a lot of drafting, and we'd need to talk that through quite a bit with, as
And
to
we're
what's
not
the-
sure, and we still think to leave the element of discretion to the council whom the complaint would be made to gives them greater powers and some judgment.
I get that. I'm basically throwing an option there just at a very late stage, as I had been primitively thinking about it whilst you have been talking over the last hour. So yeah, I get that. I'm just trying to offer a solution that might have been a solution, but I can see how messy and how much work it would take. Notwithstanding that, I just don't like 3B, and I suppose I'm trying to find solutions.
I know.
And I'm probably complicating the matter even further. So I'm just throwing it out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point then, David, Eilish and Karen, thank you very much for your briefing this morning. It has been helpful, we do appreciate it, but we're going to go into closed session now because we need to discuss a few bits and pieces as a committee. Would you be available, or if we need to come back to you after this closed session, but we'll certainly let you know, so that we can get you back in again, or let you have your freedom. But for now, thank you so much, and members, we're going to be moving into closed session. Andy Allen, just before I move in, I know that you have joined us, Andy. Normally you would declare an interest. I'll give you that opportunity if you want to do that now before we move into closed session, Andy.
Thanks, Chair. Private landlord.
Thank you. I just want to keep you right on that, Andy. So for now, members, we're going to move into closed session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much,
you.
guys.
Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29.
Members, we're back into open session again. Thank you so much. And we are joined again. We're back into open session again, and we're joined now by David, Ailish, and Karen. Thank you very much, folks, for waiting on us. We've had quite a lot of discussion. David, we've a couple of questions here, and hopefully it'll not take too long, but we just wanted to clarify. So now, everyone keep me right to make sure I'm using the right references here, but we're just wondering, the first one is, the Article 14, is there a conflict where there's less than a 12-month tenancy agreement? All future contracts, is there a requirement to change contracts to provide notice to quit 4 weeks before the end of that contract? Is there any conflict there, or?
So this is the notice to quit,
Yeah.
Article 11.
14.
Clause 14, Article, well, it's the 14, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so the new, yeah. So, sorry, check, ask the question again now.
Well, it's, let me just check here. So it's the clause 11, but under the other Article 14.
The new Article 14,
yeah. Is there a conflict so that if, for future contracts coming up, all new contracts, that they need to provide written notice to quit 4 weeks before the end of that contract? Will that need to be written into all future contracts then? Or is there any conflict there?
All right, so in a contract, I suppose how this works is, for contracts going forward, the expectation will be that the notices to quit, I mean, it won't be a valid contract. The notice to quit won't be valid unless they're given in line with this bill. But in the periodic tenancies, which is the ones where they've rolled forward, then the notices to quit will be set out at this bill.
Okay. So all new contracts won't need, or sorry, could you do that again? So rolling forward, this will cover?
Yeah, so say this comes in May.
Yeah.
Right. So somebody is in a tenancy today, and Ailish and Karen can correct me at any point. So if there's your question is, if somebody's already in a contract now, if somebody's already in a tenancy now, what happens once this bill comes in? Is that essentially your question?
Plus, we're thinking, is there any conflict? Because all future new contracts will need to have it stipulated then that the 4 weeks notice has to be written in as well.
So the ones where people are in them now, the contract, it's a notice to quit which is in the contract, unless they're in a periodic tenancy now, in which case the new notices to quit in the bill will happen. But let's bear in mind as well that at the minute we have the 12-week Karen, is that right?
Yeah. So 4 weeks. If it's a fixed term tenancy and it's for 12 months fixed, they don't have to give a notice because, as we've talked about before, but if it's in a periodic tenancy from the bill comes in, they'll have to give 4 weeks because that's staying the same.
Okay. Members, are you all happy with that? Okay. Okay, right, I think that's okay. Now, just to let you know that the committee are considering proposing a new clause re-method of payment. What we're intending to do is we will send you the text of the amendment because we don't want any surprises here. And we would like if you guys could consider it. We appreciate then that there's a period of obviously recesses coming up and the Christmas break is there. In the interim, rather than having to call back for one-item meetings and things like that, there we are asking if, or as committee, that our Claire McCanny, the Bills office here, we're giving her the permission to discuss with you guys, officials and drafters, in the interim between meetings, any issues, concerns or agreements or whatever it may be about the text of that amendment. So as a committee we're asking if that's possible that Claire can discuss this. We have discussed the amendment today, we're quite satisfied with it, but we don't want to put surprises onto yourselves, and we would like you to have a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
We also have our legal opinion on this hasn't come forward as yet, so we would rather do any of the changes or have your considerations in place before we finalise that with the legal people. The other thing that we would like to ask, and this is hopefully not adding to your work, but it's sort of asking for a wee bit of homework in advance. The EFM normally provides a breakdown on what happens, with different amendments. We're going to have to vote 18 times on the new Schedule 2. So we're asking if it would be possible to provide the committee with a written breakdown on each of the amendments in Schedule 2, which bit does what. We're thinking that you'll probably have to do that for the amended EFM anyway, and if it would be possible then, if we could see that, because it just means then that members have that advanced understanding, following on from what you have said today on those amendments, so that we can vote on that.
Okay.
I'm glad you're saying okay, David. Well, as I say, it's hopefully homework in advance.
You haven't seen the new amendment yet.
Okay, so I'll find out what the 18 parts are and start with that.
Okay, that's right. See, this is lovely Schedule 2. Now, if you can talk anybody round into putting that into one vote, that might be a different thing, but that'll be up to the speaker. I think that's all of the questions we have at this stage. So, can I just ask you one last time, before the 21st, what is it that you can give us and what you can't give us by the 21st?
Okay, so on the clause 7, we'll send you that. We'll send you that over right after that meeting. We've already drafted a letter. The only reason we hadn't sent it already, Chair, is that we were waiting to see if there was anything else after this session here that we will send. So we'll give you that amendment, and we'll contact OLC and see and let the clerk know later on today whether or not. We want to give the proposed amendment to clause 3. OLC are working on it, but we need to catch up with them after this session to see if it's possible to get it over to you in time for the 21st. So I'll let the clerk know as soon as I know the answer to that.
That'd be useful, because we'll need to know that for the agenda for the 21st, if we're able to proceed, if there's enough for us to be able to take on board at that stage. That'd be very welcome. Yeah, that'd be good. So if you get that over to the clerk, then we can confirm how we're going to proceed on that.
Chair, we'll probably need to know that before the end of this meeting, when you read out next meeting date and time.
I know.
Chair, it's whether the committee then would be minded to wait for determining whether we go ahead with the meeting on the 21st, and the team would email all members, but we can get agreement on that at the end.
We will, yeah, no problem. Okay, then if you can get that through to us then, David, that would certainly help.
Well, I'll try and do that right away, Chair. Once I finish talking to you now, I'll contact OLC and I'll try and tell the clerk that I understand the point that you want to do it before you finish everything else in the meeting.
Yeah, Yeah, because we're getting quite, it has to be, because we're getting so tight now to our clause by clause. You know, it's going to make it tight. Unless, of course, you want to come back on the 4th of January. We could all do that, but I don't want to. But yeah, we're running out of time now on this one. Okay, I think that's all we have. Any other members want to mention anything to David, Eilish and Karen now that we have their expertise in front of us? I'm not seeing anybody at this stage. At this stage, David, that's what we have for you. We will get the method of payment clause, the new clause, over to you, and then we're going to hopefully leave it with Claire McCanny. We're given, as a committee, we're given her permission to discuss with you on our behalf. If you guys are happy to do that for the committee, that would be brilliant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, that would be great. So at this stage, then, we will let you have your freedom. We may be meeting with you on Tuesday. We'll see what comes forward.
I hope so, don't I?
Yeah, we hope so too. But hopefully we'll get something through, and we'll make that decision later on. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Chair, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, members, thank you very much for that. That has been useful today. We're moving right on now. We're a bit tight for time for agenda item 8, all party group briefing on the betting, gaming, lotteries and amusements amendment bill. Members, the briefing paper is at 495 in your pack. So we're welcoming Jack Gibson today. Hello, Jack. Good to see you. Thank you very much for coming along. Jack, if you want to go on ahead with your briefing, I'm going to try and keep you quite tight to about 10 minutes. And if you go over the time, I'll notify you. And then we'll go into questions. So thank you very much. Jack, off you go.
Lovely. Just to quickly check, you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Lovely. Well, look, thank you very much. We're very glad to have this opportunity to address the committee in relation to this bill. I know that some of you may be very familiar with the work of the All Party Group. Indeed, a number of your committee members are members of the All Party Group as well. For those of you less familiar, the All Party Group on Reducing Harm Related to Gambling was founded aiming to redress issues associated with gambling harm in our community. Our chair is Robbie Butler MLA, and our vice chair is Philip McGuigan. Since its founding, it's carried out a major inquiry into the future regulation of gambling here. This 8-month inquiry has resulted in a report based on written and oral evidence that we received, and it was published in October. The report makes 38 practical recommendations relating to the future regulation of gambling here. The central thesis underpinning these is that gambling should be seen as a public health issue, and that we should legislate accordingly. This would be a major change in mindset involving substantial cross-departmental working. In relation to the bill under scrutiny today, I'd first like to say that this bill, while not perfect, is a welcome first step on the path to modernising our gambling legislation. Our legislation, as you know, is antiquated, and this is a factor in Northern Ireland having the highest rates of gambling harm on these islands. That said, it's clear that some of the most pressing issues in relation to gambling harm have not been addressed in this bill. So regulation of the online industry is the most obvious example, but there are a number of other areas that will need to be taken forward hopefully in the next mandate. The bill includes a number of clauses which the APG would like to take a position on. We welcome the clauses dealing with the creation of new offences of inviting a person under 18 to play a gaming machine. There is statistical evidence from the GB Gambling Commission to show that children can and do access gaming machines that they shouldn't have access to, and there's some worrying. There were also some worrying statistics in the last in the gambling prevalence survey to show that age restrictions and ID requirements are not always enforced as strictly as they should be. Those are obviously GB statistics. They're not Northern Ireland statistics, but it's reasonable to think that they would be relevant. We welcome the creation of a new power to impose an industry levy. Creation of a levy is an important step towards a public health approach to gambling. It will allow for the funding of research, education and treatment services that are totally independent of industry, which is a very important consideration. We would, however, encourage the Minister and her successor to introduce a statutory levy on online gambling as soon as is practically possible. The creation of new powers to issue mandatory codes of practice is another important step. So long as compliance with these codes is a licensing condition, which we believe it will be, it offers a flexible and a responsive approach to regulating land-based gambling operators. We would, though, again, welcome more clarity on the proposed contents of the codes and on how they will be enforced. We'd also like to raise the fact that we are aware of concerns around opening hours in licensed betting shops and bingo halls. This didn't form part of the scope of our inquiry, but we are aware of concerns, and I believe they're shared with you by the public health, when the Institute of Public Health came before the committee last week or earlier this week, that these extensions to opening hours may lead to an associated increase in gambling harm. There are some more general concerns that we have around the enforcement of the bill's provisions. In our report, we've called for the creation of a regulator to enforce gambling legislation, including the codes of conduct. This is an important step, and we would encourage the committee to consider whether including a power to create such a regulator could be included in this bill. I think it's fair to say that we have some general concerns around how some of these provisions will, while helpful, how they'll be enforced. Beyond this, it's important to stress that a much greater range of measures is urgently needed to address the significant issue of gambling harm in Northern Ireland. Our report, which was shared with the committee, contains a full list of our recommendations, and I would encourage the committee to consider them. A few of these, however, could, we feel, be included in the Code of Conduct. This would include the banning of VIP schemes, free bets, and other potentially misleading forms of promotion, mandating operators to be part of a multi-venue self-exclusion scheme, and placing controls on gaming machines, such as stake limits and controls on frequency of play. So I hope that's brief enough. I know you're under some time pressure. I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Well, Jack, thank you very much. You've just actually made our time pressures less pressurised now. Thank you so much for that. But that's not to say that we won't ask you a number of questions. I'm going to start off, and then I will ask the members who are on Starleaf, or Paul, who's here in person, if they have any questions. Just to say, I can't see the other members' names just down the side of the screen, just if anyone wants to raise their hand.
I can do that.
Oh, you change that? Thank you. It's just so that we can bring... But I'll start off anyway. Jack, thank you so much. Your paper states that you welcome the creation of a new offence inviting a person under 18 to play a gaming machine, but you believe more information is needed on how this new offence would be enforced. How would you like to see it being enforced?
Well, we have called for in our report, we've called for the creation of a regulator. We think that is an important step, and it's. I suppose the issue is ultimately that gambling legislation is, unless there are powers of inspection, unless there are greater efforts taken to ensure to confirm that these legislative provisions are being complied with, it would be difficult to be sure that they are. And I think that a regulator with the power to inspect gambling operators would be a really important step in giving people that assurance that these rules are being enforced. I suppose the reason for this concern is that, well, to take an example, there have been concerns raised around the enforcement of gambling legislation. I mean, I know that in the Turf Guardians Association presentation a few weeks ago, they raised concerns that they had around illegal casinos. Similarly, we've heard concerns through the APG around so-called fixed odds betting terminals, which are in operation in betting shops and bingo halls and other places around Northern Ireland, and which offer greater levels of stakes and prizes than is allowed for under the relevant legislation. So we feel that there's a sense, I think, within the industry and among campaigners on gambling harm, that a more active approach is needed to enforcing gambling legislation.
Okay, thank you. Just with regards to the creation of that regulator, as you say, members, it's on page 496 of your pack. The creation of the regulator, you're encouraging the Minister and her department to take what steps are possible within the time constraints of this mandate towards the establishment of a new gaming regulator. Is that possible to consider within this bill? Is there any way this bill could put a marker down with that regard?
Well, the bill is already setting out, I suppose, a marker to the next minister in the sense of the industry levy. It's creating the power to do so. So it may be worth. So I suppose what we're getting at in that submission is that it may be worth considering a similar power to create a regulatory body, not necessarily creating the regulator itself, but creating the power. Putting in place a power to do so, thereby setting down a marker and an indication of direction of travel, which I think could have a value and is something that might be more achievable within the timescales.
So I'm just thinking, would you be looking for the committee to consider an amendment, for instance, that asks the department or the minister to bring forward a report or a review on that within X amount of months? To be contained within this bill. Okay, so it'd be a direct.
Yes, that'd be welcome.
Just with regards to the levy, your paper does encourage the department to consider a smart levy on the polluter pays principle, whereby higher levy rates are charged against industry sectors associated with higher levels of gambling-related harm. We've also heard evidence around a tiered levy, with more being paid by larger multinational operators as opposed to the small independent bookmakers. What would be your feeling on the best way forward on that?
Well, our position, and it's set out in our report, is that we are calling specifically for this smart levy approach. It's an approach that's adopted in some other jurisdictions, notably New Zealand, and the reason that we're calling for that specifically is because our focus is obviously on gambling harm. And this would be and by adopting a smart levy approach, you're linking the level of the payments made directly to the level of harm that is associated with that form of gambling. So it's effectively an incentive to operators to operate in such a way that they are causing less harm. So that I suppose is the rationale for our position. And to answer your question directly, that's the position that we hold. That's the type of levy that we're calling for.
Okay. Just finally from me, and then I'll bring other members in. So. Paul, sorry, was that you indicating?
No, just after you. After you, yeah, that's me indicating.
You say you would welcome more clarity, precisely what is proposed for an inclusion in the Code of Practice. For the record, what would you like to see included in that code? We've had witness sessions before where others have provided their suggestions or what they put forward for a code. So what would it be that the all-party group would like us to or consider?
Well, I think there are a number of considerations drawn from our report which could be appropriate for inclusion within the code. So, for instance, the creation. A good chunk of our report looked at the issue of affordability, and one of the affordability measures that we recommended was a £100 monthly soft cap on gambling losses. What that would mean is effectively, if you want to bet more than £100 in a month, you would need to prove that you could afford to lose it. Now, that wouldn't affect. The advantage of that approach is that it doesn't affect the vast majority of gamblers who don't lose anything like that much. But it would put a barrier in place for those people who are experiencing some form of addiction, or who are struggling to control their gambling outgoings. Similarly, in terms of the banning of VIP schemes, free bets, and other potentially misleading forms of promotion, mandating operators to be part of a multi-venue self-exclusion scheme. I know, again, we heard from the Turf Guardians Association that a number of operators are, but again, we would call for that to be formalised. The Code of Conduct might be an appropriate vehicle to do that. Similarly, controls on gaming machines. I know that the Minister had said that that controls on gaming machines and on so-called FOBTs was one of the things that she might look at as part of this. We would suggest things like restrictions on stakes and prizes, and also importantly speed of play. That's a really important consideration with regard to gaming machines. You can have quite low stakes, but if your speed of play is very high, you can still facilitate quite rapid losses of large amounts of money. And again, it may also be worth looking at specific controls on warning labels and on-screen messages through gaming machines. Again, during the Turf Guardian section, the Turf Guardian session, they talked about the fact that warning labels and on-screen messages and cost and spend controls are provided as part of these machines. There is. Through our inquiry, we heard evidence that there are more and less effective ways of achieving that. There are more and less effective ways of providing warning messages or of restricting how much people spend on these machines, and I suppose by formalising that through the code of practice, you could ensure that the more effective means were taken. So those would be a few of the suggestions that we have.
Thank you very much, Jack. Paul, I'll bring you in. And just before I bring you in, Paul, just to say to others who are joining us on Starleaf, if you wish to come in at this point, can you digitally raise your hand? But Paul, I'll bring you in and then I'll come to Mark Durkin.
Okay, thank you, Jack, for your presentation and your answers so far. I'll keep you on the same theme there with regards to gaming machines and speed of play. How would that be monitored or enforced, do you think?
Again, in terms of enforcement, we would be calling for the establishment of a regulator. That said, at the minute there isn't much of by way of an established inspection regime. A regulator with the power to provide those sorts of inspections we think could be valuable. But I suppose the value of having it in the Code of Conduct is that at least if a breach of that is proven, then that is a potential threat to the licensing condition for the operator. So there is a value to it, even if that isn't, even if our preferred approach to enforcing that isn't necessarily in place from the get-go.
Yeah. Can I ask you then, when you look at problem gamblers or addictive gambling, the obvious thing to do, and we've all sort of cited it here, is that it would first of all bring in a ban on credit cards. I assume you'd accept that, although most bookies don't accept credit cards.
It's one of the things that we call for in our report.
And also then, the natural step then you would take is that you would put some sort of spending limit on a debit card. Now, as I meditate through this, I come to the conclusion, well look, if you put some sort of spending cap on a debit card, you could actually disperse a problem around every single booking office in that town. And is it not better to keep the problem gambler in the one position where one set of eyes can keep an eye on him or her? What's your views on that?
I think through our inquiry we heard from a number of gambling harm campaigners and people who had been affected by it. There are concerns around the efficacy of while I know that the gambling operators talk about the fact that their staff are trained to recognise symptoms of problem gambling. There are concerns around how effectively that is actually put into practice. So I would be concerned about that. In terms of the restriction on debit cards, you are absolutely right that it is effectively that controls on spending are difficult to justify unless they follow the gambler from premises to premises, from medium to medium. We again in our report, another one of our recommendations is that we are calling for effectively something akin to a membership card. We refer to it as an affordability card, but it would be effectively a membership card whereby whereby which would follow the gambler through, which would be applicable in, or which could be used in, throughout the different gambling operators, throughout the different betting shops, or whatever it might be, and which would mean that these cost controls follow the gambler from location to location. That is more challenging, and I think you can immediately see that is a more challenging step. It may well be that it is too challenging for this assembly mandate, but that's what we're calling for. We're calling for these cost controls rather than being enforced on the rather than being imposed upon a debit card, that the gambler themselves should have to sign in effectively to a new premises, or when they go from premises to premises, so that any cost controls that are put on their spending follow them from premises to premises. And this, in the fullness of time as well, we would hope that this could also be applied to online operators.
But would that be a voluntary card scheme, or could you mandate that?
Okay.
Well, I would have thought that if you had such a scheme in place, you could make that as a condition in the code of practice. And again, I would have thought that it would be. I would have thought that again, the responsible operators would approach that voluntarily. But equally, I think what we're pushing for as part of this, as part of our call for this to be taken as a public health issue, is that rather than relying on this as a voluntary, on these changes being made voluntarily, that these changes should be made. These changes should be formalised in regulation or in legislation. So we would call for it to be made mandatory in some way. The code of practice may be an appropriate vehicle for that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring you on now to the commissioner or regulator, and you talk about your smart levy, which I'm really interested in. I really am, and I'm intrigued to find out more information about it. And you did cite New Zealand, and you're not the first to have done that. And I'm really keen to see information around New Zealand, how they do it. But it strikes me, before anything will be effective, that you need sound and accurate data. And I don't know that we would have sound and accurate data. So I suppose the natural course of events there would suggest that we need some sort of amendment to mandate the collection of data. Mm-hmm. And that would be then something that the bookmakers would have to do alongside either a government department or a commissioner or regulator. How do we get that data?
Firstly, in terms of the issues around data, I completely agree. I think that this is a shortcoming. It is not just a shortcoming in Northern Ireland. Information on data information on gambling is not brilliant throughout these islands, but Northern Ireland it's particularly bad, and that's, given the fact that, as I've alluded to, we have a particular problem with gambling harm here, that makes that issue all more acute. We would see a regulator as having a role in collecting that data. It should be a condition of the operator's licenses that they provide data to the regulator as the regulator sees fit, but as it is in GB, the data itself should be, as I say, should be collated and presented by the regulator. I don't know if that quite answers your question. I'm not entirely sure precisely what mechanisms you would use, but I suppose we would see the regulator as being a crucial point in terms of bringing that data together.
No, and I get that, and it was a pretty broad question. Can I ask you one more question then? In that, if you did have data, what formula would you use to produce your smart levy? You say polluter pays principle, and we have others talking about player expenditure playing into that formula. What's the most important ingredients in that formula, and how will that work?
I think that the most important ingredient in that formula is the rates of gambling harm associated with this. The rates of gambling harm associated with specific sectors or specific products. Expenditure is important, but it's not where we would see the focus. The focus, and as you can see from the very title of our group itself, is on the rates of harm produced. Now that, again, we're coming back to the data issue there, in the sense that what that requires is a degree of joined up working between, for instance, the Department of Health in providing treatment services. Those treatment services, incidentally, would still need to be created. There are no specialist gambling treatment services in Northern Ireland, and which is another thing that we're calling for. But we would see as in GB, what you're able to do is you're able to look at the rates of gambling harm relative to you're able to see from the data that's collected in GB who is presenting to the NHS problem gambling clinics, as they're called, and what particular products or sectors they use. You're able to see from that data, because of the joined up, because they have that degree more joined up working between the Gambling Commission and between the NHS problem gambling clinics. You're able to see which specific products or sectors are causing greater levels of harm. It's not necessarily a perfect measure, but it does give you an indication of where the product or where the problems lie.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you.
Jack, just before I bring in Mark Durgan, can I ask you a question? I come from a transport background, and how you manage to measure and regulate is based on the internal workings of a machine. So thinking about a gaming machine, in a lorry you'll have a tachograph. Is there anything, do you know, this is quite a technical question, so you may not, within those gaming machines, is there anything that records the pattern of gambling, how much is being spent, the times that it was spent at, the frequency, the speed of gambling on it? Is there anything within those machines that records that?
That is quite a technical question. I'm not sure if there is. I'm not sure to what extent that information is recorded, but I know that it is monitored because these machines have software. Which looks for patterns that are associated with problem gambling. I know that they monitor play, and they monitor patterns in play. To take your question one step further, it is possible, however, to monitor that quite effectively. And again, to come back to the New Zealand model, it is done in New Zealand. Every gaming machine, every gaming machine in operation in New Zealand is hooked up to a central database where they collect precisely those sorts of statistics that you were alluding to, and as a result, you're able to get a far richer picture of how the machines are being used and where potential problems may lie.
Okay, so that's an interesting one. It's just something, if there is a regulator coming forward, what powers or what evidence that they can have, then we might actually have some of this. I was reading your paper, and my goodness, the amount of people who are at harm from those gaming machines is incredible. But I'll move on now to Mark Durgan. Mark.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Jack for the presentation. I'll just start following on your last point, or the query you'd raised there, Kelly, and that's in terms of the monitoring of machines and how much they're being used, how much they're taking in, and how much less maybe that they're paying out. And something Jack had says earlier around concerns about under 18s being invited or able to access machines or gambling on any platform. What's the view, Jack? I think it will be easier to monitor machines that are in licensed betting establishments, be it betting shops or gaming centres. But when they have machines kind of cropping up in takeaways and bars, like many, if not most, bars have these things, it's very hard, I'd say, or will be very hard to monitor the exact usage of those. I think in the earlier evidence session, I can't recall who it was with, I think we don't even know how many machines are, or where they are all, or where they all are. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that. Do you know?
Absolutely. Those are very valid concerns. We don't know. We don't have a clear picture of how many of these machines are in operation in Northern Ireland. We don't know how many of them are working to specific stake or prize limits. We don't know what frequency of play they permit. You pointed to you talked about the issue of machines being in takeaways and pubs. Again, because of the kind of light touch approach to enforcement and to regulation of these that has been taken, it is very difficult to get a clear picture of this. And we know from as you're saying, anecdotally, there is evidence that there are machines in places where they shouldn't be. Again, I would stress that this is something which is which we would see a regulator as being potentially able to help in, if it is given appropriate powers to inspect and to enforce the regulations and the legislation that's in place. I think again, as I've said a couple of times, there is a need, and whether it's in terms of monitoring, how, say, machines are operating, or how operators are what types of promotions or whatever operators are offering, or whether it's in terms of identifying where there are specific machines operating in circumstances that they really shouldn't be. There is a need for a more active approach to enforcing the regulations that exist, in addition to, I would say, modernised and strengthened regulations and legislation.
Okay, thank you. And then building on a query Paul mostly had raised, and that was in terms of your own ideas or proposals around the soft cap or those cost control measures to at least mitigate or control the damage that people can do to themselves and their families and others through gambling. I know you say this would be very challenging in this mandate, or to get it done in the rest of this mandate. I think it'll be challenging forevermore. Amen. And some of that was fleshed out in the back and forth there between yourself and Paul. So you would envisage that people then could or should have almost a gambling passport that they would have to produce on entry to any gambling premises.
That's a very current use of phraseology.
I was just wondering what Paul would think. Would he support that or not?
He's just stepped out of the room at the moment, Mark, so we'll not have that.
I think there'd be serious questions raised there. It's certainly a noble aim and one I would be supportive of, but just in practice, I can see it being nigh on impossible to do. It would obviously raise challenges. It's not necessarily about having a passport. It's more about having. It could be the affordability card could be a voluntary or it could be a mandatory scheme. It's not that idea hasn't necessarily been fleshed out entirely, but certainly having some mechanism by which affordability measures can follow the user from, or can follow the punter from gambling premises or gambling service to gambling service is a really important step if we're going to make affordability measures really work. Yeah, okay, I appreciate the idea is fairly embryonic still, but in terms of protecting or putting a limit on the losses that someone could incur and basing it on affordability. Say, for example, someone won £1,000 on a bet, then they could they afford then to gamble all of that £1,000? Where does the 100 limit? Does it start from day one of the month? Or
the limit is around losses. So the limit is not around winnings. The limit would be focused on losses, and that would mean looking at the gambler's ability to. If the gambler has won £1,000, then the gambler can afford to play with that. But if the gambler, but the limit itself would need to be placed on the balance of the gambler's payments over whatever the period was in question, so over a month or whatever the period decided upon would be.
defer to your superior knowledge in this, but from my experience, I think sometimes the most dangerous thing that can happen to someone early in a gambling career is to win, or win big. So if they won £1,000 and then could afford to play with that, can they really? They're still gambling away £1,000 potentially. So I think that's another difficulty. That's one that we will come to. No, it's not on this bill, but sorry, you brought it up, and like I say, it's a noble aim, but practically I think it'll be very difficult to do. But we shouldn't, I suppose, be discouraged from exploring it further by that. The polluter pays principle, definitely I'd be supportive of, and that's one of the issues I really do have around this bill in terms of where the levy is going to be applied. In terms of pollution, like if we look at the betting shops and arcades and that here, in terms of the I suppose percentage of the pollution that they're causing compared to the online market, that we can't put a levy on, or appear unable or unwilling to even try to do so at this stage. I see an unfairness in that, and I was wondering for your view on that. I know you're saying it as an incremental improvement, and the step we should maybe take whatever steps we can take now, but I was just wondering in terms of fairness, did you think that was very fair?
There is a body of evidence to suggest that there is evidence to show that online gambling is where a substantial portion of the harm is, and so it is absolutely right that that we should be working towards a levy on all gambling operators, including the online operators. That said, we still support, as we've said, we still support the levy, the imposition of a levy as it's outlined in this bill on land-based operators. We do see that as an important step, and as we've heard in previous, or as you in the committee have heard in previous sessions, donations are already being made by the gambling operators here. What this would do, though, is I think bring us into a more modern state of affairs, a more appropriate state of affairs, where the level of that donation is set centrally, where we can remove any perceived or actual conflict of interest in terms of the recipients of that funding, and the services they provide. It's an important. I think that's a really important principle. We do need to the research and education and treatment that would be funded by this levy. It's vital that is demonstrably independent from industry, and I think that's part of the reason why. While I do take your point around fairness, that's part of the reason why we still think that this is an important and a good step to take at this point.
Yeah, and I suppose currently, while some people are, or some businesses are making those donations, I doubt very much that all of them are currently, even that this levy could and should be applied to. Also, it's a point that just came to me in a recent meeting, or following a recent meeting, and it's around the role of scratch cards and National Lottery in terms of its contribution, or the role it plays in problem gambling and the harm that it can cause. And we've no doubt about, and we'll all be aware of, some brilliant, tremendous and worthy causes that the National Lottery has ended up or does provide funding to. But do we know how much of that money goes to actually addressing harm caused through gambling?
I'm not sure. I don't have the figures off the top of my head.
If any.
I believe there is a contribution, but I'm not sure what the levels are.
And then looking at gambling through the public health prism, or problem gambling, which it certainly should be, and we look at other public health measures that have been introduced around cigarette packaging, about locking away cigarettes so they're out of the view of people going into a shop. Similarly, in places they live move to take away soft drinks and unhealthy snacks away from checkout areas. Do you have a view then on the, I suppose, blatant display of these National Lottery scratch cards at checkout areas where people are buying them on the impulse, and you're seeing people often, and I hate to generalise or stereotype, perhaps who can least afford it, people who are topping up their electricity or their gas, and then saying, oh, and give us one of those £5 scratch cards that tells me I can win £20,000 a month for 2 years.
It's not something that we've taken it wasn't something that came up through the course of our inquiry. It's not something that we've taken a major position on. I suppose what we would, in terms of that sort of exposure to gambling, exposure to avenues for gambling, however, that is something that we looked at in some detail through the course of our inquiry, and I'm sure you'll hear more about this. Potentially hear more about this from the next set of witnesses. We think there is a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of reducing overall exposure to gambling advertising and to opportunities to gamble. So some of our recommendations in our report dealt with the need to reduce the amount of exposure and airtime that gambling advertising gets, and similarly, another issue, which again is almost certainly out with the bounds of this bill, or the possible bounds of this bill, but things like loot boxes and these basically opportunities to gamble in video games played by kids. There's a great deal of work that should be done around these sorts of around the exposure that people have to gambling, because it certainly does play a part in their behaviour and their likelihood to suffer harm.
Okay.
Yes, I suppose. Okay, no, that's fine. Gerald, save some for the next witness. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Jack. No other members are indicating at this stage. I'd just like to thank you very much for your paper and the report that we have all received as well. It certainly does give us a lot to consider moving forward, what happens now with this bill and possibly in the future. But for now, Jack, thank you very much, and to you and the whole all-party group. As you say, some of the members of this committee are on the all-party group, but wishing you all a happy Christmas, and thank you so much. We may come back to you again if there's any further information that we require. But thank you very much for now, Jack.
Happy to provide any information we can, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Members, we move now on. We're staying in this theme to agenda item 9, which is Gambling with Lives briefing on the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Amendment Bill. Your briefing paper starts at page 504 of your pack, and we're going to welcome at this stage Peter Keogh, Charles Ritchie and Barry Fennell, who will be providing us with evidence today. Peter, or whoever it is that's coming forward, I'll give you 10 minutes if you don't mind to give us your presentation, and then we'll go to members' questions.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Well, as I said, thank you very much for the invite to address this meeting with regard to the preparation of new legislation to ensure that the gambling industry is properly regulated and controlled, and also to ensure that the public are in no doubt that gambling is a very addictive recreation and can lead to all sorts of family crises, and increasingly, as we at GWL know only too well, to death. We very much welcome the introduction of this bill, which is long overdue. 1985 was way before mobile phones or anything like that, so it was long outdated. But we see this bill as only the first part of a more comprehensive package of controls around the industry. Research that I've looked at suggests that in 2020, 84% of all adults had a mobile phone. In the 16 to 24 age group, that increased to 98%. Now, to further go on with that statistic, if you substitute the word casino for mobile that the number of gamblers have, you can see how ubiquitous gambling opportunities are. So at GWL, we would say that legislation to control online gambling is urgently required, but that might be a UK-wide thing that has to be done centrally from Westminster. Looking at the bill that we have in front of us now, we at GWL are very much in favour of the mandatory levy across the industry. And while legislators at Westminster are talking about an amount of 1% of gross turnover, because of the fact that we in Northern Ireland are very much behind the curve in terms of treatment facilities and the fact that we have the highest percentage of addiction across the UK, we honestly feel that this amount should be increased to 3%. There are specialist centres across GB, but all we have is a minimal facility at Dunlewy on the Antrim Road and a convent in Newry which offers some sort of help. So, we really do need to look at this. As everyone says, this is very much a public health issue. We must look at funding in such a way that we can provide proper help for those of our young people and not so young who have been afflicted by this addiction. We have one slight worry about the bill as it stands today, and this is the idea of opening betting shops on a Sunday. Now, I'm not a Lord's Day observance person by any stretch of the imagination, but I have never heard any sort of a lobby that says we really should have these betting shops open again on Sunday. We really miss the one day of the week. I would have thought 6 days a week for a betting shop to be open is more than enough. So I just really wonder, do we need to do that? Jack has mentioned most of the things that I've already come across, but the one thing that I want to finish with is the need for new legislation and the fact that it's only as good as the operational structures that are put in place with it. To that end, we need to look at what's happening, what we have already in GB, which is an ombudsman and the Gambling Commission. And I think that these need to be appointed as soon as possible. Well, obviously, either now or in the second tranche. I think someone mentioned earlier maybe we could have included in this bill. But, the funding for that needs to be taken from the 3% that we will get from the gambling companies. But only by having these regulatory bodies in place can we ensure that this legislation will be properly enacted. We can make all the rules we want, but if there's no one going around to make sure that these things are properly enacted, can it ever happen properly? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Do you have any questions?
We certainly
Please
will come. We will certainly come to you now. Thank you very much. My first question was actually just going to follow on from what you have just said, which was about the creation of the independent regulator and an independent ombudsman. And you've mentioned that that could be funded through the introduction of the levy, and you've talked about the percentage that the levy should be. We know the missing person in the room is the online gambling companies.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, do you believe that that 3% would be enough to fund a regulator that has enough powers that we need them to do what they need to do and to provide addiction services?
Well, my answer to that really is a bit of prevarication, but essentially I don't know, but we have to start somewhere. And I certainly think that 1% levy is nowhere near enough to provide us with the funds that we need to set up a body that must oversee complaints coming in from the public, that must oversee premises that are maybe not acting within the regulations properly. It's a whole network of people and systems that need to be set up. Who knows what's the right amount? It might need to be 5%, but I have no doubt that this industry that brings in £14.5 billion, I think it was in 2020, across the UK are responsible to fund this. They're causing the need for us to re-educate. They're causing us the need to have treatment for people who are suffering from this addiction. They must be seen, and there must be no idea of a donation. The word donation was used earlier on. That really rankled with me. This is a levy and it needs to be taken in the proper fashion from them. These people are taking money from the public. They cause illness, they cause whatever. They need to pay for its control, and they need to pay for the education of our children throughout the schools to ensure that they know exactly what's out there. We're not an anti-gambling charity by any stretch of the imagination, but we want people to know what's out there, what damage can be caused by this.
Just following on that, Peter, we've heard in evidence that the levy could be based on a profits with a tiered approach, or could be based on a polluter pays principle, where higher levy rates are charged against industry sectors associated with higher levels of gambling-related harm. I know you've mentioned the 3%, but do you have any thoughts on that, where there are certain parts of the industry that cause more harm, that they should pay more?
Well, you see, I keep going back to the biggest problem I have at the minute is how do you impose a levy? I mean, this is something that I don't know the answer to, but the levy, I mean, the 98% of people of young people who have a mobile phone, that's where most of our gambling is done today. That's where most of our younger addicts are groomed. You know, they start playing games like Fortnite when they're 8, 9, 10 years of age. They then progress. They win something, going out at lunchtime and having a gamble, standing at the school corner. You know, that's where it happens. I really am not sure what's the best way to impose this levy. It maybe better brains than mine, but we do need to have a major levy on the online industry because it's awash with money.
Pete, could I perhaps just add in here that I think that when we've talked about the levy, that is actually really a levy which is focused on funding research, education and treatment rather than the funding of the central costs of a commission. I think that is another issue which does need to be addressed. I think Jack actually was very good in terms of pointing the committee to the position in New Zealand with the so-called smart levy. There is a huge amount of information available internationally about what are the most destructive forms of gambling. I don't think I don't think a smart levy looks at a very sophisticated breakdown kind of by individual machine type. My understanding is in New Zealand they have, I think, about 4 categories of different types of gambling. So it's essentially machine gambling, casinos, racing and lotteries. So I think you're looking at something where there is plenty of information at the moment to effectively identify which are the key areas which should be paying more because they cause the greatest harm, which I think, as Jack says, is part of the incentive process to change the way that certain sectors of the industry operate.
Yes, but to highlight again, Charles, I agree with you entirely, but the word donation was used a couple of times earlier on. This is not about a donation. This is about a gambling industry that's awash with money paying for the damage they do. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Thank you very much, members. And just on those on Starleaf, if any of you want to come in, if you could digitally raise your hand. I'm going to ask another question and then members will have the opportunity to come in. This might be a difficult question, but we've heard evidence around, that we've talked there about the tiered approach, but it's about those gaming machines. If I could draw your attention to those. They have been described as the crack cocaine of gambling, and that's been overestimated. What would your response to that be?
Charles, do you want to take that one?
Very happy to. I think the story of Gambling with Lives families would absolutely emphasise just how toxic those machines are. I know the situation is maybe less clear in Northern Ireland than it is across the rest of the UK about the legality of the so-called fixed odds betting terminals and the restrictions around them. But again, internationally, the figures for the UK show that the addiction and at-risk rates on fixed odds betting terminals was over 50%. these are not safe machines by any stretch. When you look at the same machines online, you're still looking at addiction and at risk rates of approaching 50%. So, again, I think Jack talked through the features of products, different gambling products, which make them dangerous, and absolutely spot on, with the key one being speed of play, the time between effectively placing your bet and getting the result of your bet. So I don't think that the addictiveness of those machines has been overestimated in any respect at all. I think the other thing that the message from Gamblers Lives families is about addiction starting young. And by young, I don't mean necessarily as young as 11. I mean, I think that we're still talking about people being young at the age of 25. Lots of the neuroscience research indicates just how plastic the brain remains until people are in their mid-20s. So you have got highly addictive machines being played by highly vulnerable people. And by vulnerable people, I would absolutely emphasise, I don't mean particular people who've got maybe other mental health conditions or whatever. I mean young people. Young people are vulnerable people when it comes to gambling.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, just anybody indicating? Sorry, I'm just trying to bend around the TV screen here, I'm so short. So I just wanted, my final question before I bring in Mark then is it's about these under 18s. So under health and safety legislation, if you have someone who's under 18 who comes to work on your premises, you have to take extra care and responsibility for that person. When we're thinking about this legislation, if we are to take extra care, you know, if a person under 18 is playing a gaming machine, surely that would be meaningless without effective enforcement. And who do you think that enforcement should fall to do that?
Pete, are you perhaps best placed to comment on that?
Well, the current legislation hasn't set up either a gambling commissioner or an ombudsman, and there has to be a regulatory body somewhere who goes around and looks at these problems all the time. But the owner has to be charged with a certain amount of responsibility. And I mean, I could even look at what happened yesterday in my hometown in Enniskillen, where we were out for a meal and there were kids in a restaurant and there was a gambling machine in the restaurant and it was sitting right beside them and they could see what was going on. You know, those sort of things should not be allowed. They really are. It's just not the way that gambling should be controlled. There needs to be I mean, we talk about a regulatory body, we talk about imposing a levy. You know, these should be the funds that we would hope that would lead to having proper enforcement. Now, we've talked about, at various committee meetings, we've talked about the role of PSNI, and they have made it fairly clear by sitting on their hands that they don't see it part of their role as going around and policing betting establishments. So that's for a regulatory body to decide and use the funding appropriately. You know, you have to put in place a number of officials who have a job of specifically looking at the management of those things.
I think absolutely, and certainly in GB, you know, the responsibility of identifying underage gambling sits with local licensing authorities. Now, pardon my ignorance, I'm not sure what is the situation in Northern Ireland, but it is something that absolutely requires resources putting into. And I know that a question was asked, I think it was 2 years ago, about how many local authorities had effectively done those unscheduled licensing visits to test out how well companies shops were doing, and it was a staggeringly low proportion. So as I'm sure many people have said, and you yourself said, is that there has to be proper enforcement to make any of this meaningful in any way.
I think it would be fair, just to add to what you're saying, Charlie, I think it would be fair to say that we don't have all of the answers to this, but what we have to do is set in place the grounding, the ground areas where we can build upon. We have to have certain regulations in place. I know it's more difficult as we look at online, but if we look at the bricks and mortar establishments, we have to have certain rules in place, and we have to then look at how we're going to monitor the regulation of that. We're not going to have all the money we need to have officers who are going to go around and look at all of these things and all the race meetings and whatever else, but we have to start somewhere, and we have to put a body in place that has the powers at least to do this. If we can then find the funding, and to me, there's only one place to find the funding, and that is from the people who are causing the problem. And therefore, if we have to increase a levy, we increase a levy, but we must police it properly. And I don't mean PSNI, I mean a body that regulates.
Thank you very much. Mark Durkin, if I can bring you in now.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the gents for the presentation and submission there. It's very useful. I apologise as well. I had used the term donation in the previous session, but accept fully that it's more than just a donation, and it is, I suppose, a contribution and the recognition of the harm that gambling does cause. I don't know, you guys were listening to the previous session, so you have heard at the end of that I'd raised this issue of scratch cards. I've got an itch now that I need to scratch. I don't know if you guys have a view on that, on how much of a risk is posed by scratch cards that are so readily available, so in your face in so many outlets across the country.
Shall I start, Pete? Again, I think, Mark, the international evidence shows that things like scratch cards are actually highly addictive. It goes back to effectively the characteristics of different products as to how addictive they were. If gambling was just a weekly draw on the National Lottery, none of us would be here sitting discussing this at all. I think an issue with the National Lottery and scratch cards is the move away from that relatively benign form of gambling, i.e. the weekly lottery, to instant win products. I think you're absolutely right, and again, I think there's a reasonable evidence base which shows that that things like scratch card spending happen more in more deprived areas.
Yeah.
That is absolutely the case, and it's the same with location of bookies, etc. So there is a targeting of certain sections of the population with what are the most addictive products. I think some of the things that you mentioned about whether these products, these dangerous products, should be there at point of sale, where we all know the pressures as a parent, and your child is with you, and sort of that looks fun, and all of that sort of stuff. Now, the more responsible supermarkets, etc., have moved sweets away from the counters and things. We should be in the same situation that we're doing that for these highly addictive products. We have cigarettes are now not allowed to be displayed. They are in a locked cabinet. I agree. I think we do need to have those sorts of products which are highly addictive much more closely regulated in terms of how they're sold.
Absolutely. So would you be, I suppose, supportive of any move to have better controls on that, or to make, suppose, to reduce the visibility of scratch cards, make them less attractive to people to buy on impulse the way that they do? Because, I mean, take the point, people, you have to be over 18 to go into a bookie shop, you have to be over 18 to go into a casino, even to go online. You have to want to do that, or make the conscious decision to do that. But with these scratch cards, I mean, people can't avoid going to the shop for a pint of milk, or, like I was saying, to top up their electricity or whatever, and that's when they're getting caught and getting hooked. And just in between evidence sessions there, I was on Google a wee bit, and you were chatting there about the move away from the draw-based games, the sort of instant win games. For the draw-based games, I think that the lottery contributes 31% of sale takings to good causes, but for the instant win games, it's closer to 9%. And I think I've seen an article from a few years ago there in the Guardian, Camelot were attributing that to the cost of producing the scratch cards, which shows how much effort and how much investment they actually put into making these things more attractive to people to buy.
Absolutely, and as I'm sure you'll be aware, the National Lottery Licence relicensing process is underway at the moment, and I believe that there should be an announcement of a new operator in February. And I do think, I probably shouldn't be commenting on this, but in terms of Camelot, they have moved away from their basic product to developing other products to keep their revenues up, but which have two disadvantages. One, as you say, they contribute much less per pound spent, and B, they are far more dangerous products. So we've got this, we've got this catch-22 or whatever, this terrible vicious circle of more and more addictive products being developed to keep up levels of revenue, but which are much less generous in terms of the amount of money that ever ends up in being used on new good causes.
And I think what you said too, Mark, might be the way to go. They are addictive products. Put them beside the cigarettes. Put them behind the counter, not in front of counter. Maybe we should put the sweets back. I know why the sweets were taken away. They're bad for children's teeth, blah, blah, blah. But if we're going to sell these things, let's control them properly and put them in a place where they're not easily accessible. You have to come in and say, can I have one of those scratch cards in your locked cupboard? And that's the way it would be much, much safer to do it that way.
And just in terms of the public understanding and public health messaging and all of the warnings around things like scratch cards and gambling, I don't think that most people would be happy that their pound spent, that whatever it is, 10p, goes to charity, and meanwhile the misery and devastation which is caused by that as a way of raising money. I don't think that's what we all signed up to, and that isn't what everyone was thinking when they think about a national lottery. They weren't thinking of peddling highly addictive products to the general public.
Yeah, and the thing is, you've actually seen or are seeing almost a phasing out of the £1 scratch cards. That they're harder to get.
Totally.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no, thank you. Thanks a minute.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, there isn't anyone else indicating at this stage, so thank you so much for your presentation today. It is very worthwhile. I met some of you at the Gambling with Lives event up at the Lawn Gallery. It's vitally important when we're considering this bill that we do consider the outcomes of gambling harm, and I know that you ensure that we are kept abreast of that as a committee, so I thank you for that. We won't be speaking to you again before Christmas, and I wish you and yours a very happy Christmas and a safe and well 2022, but for now we will leave it there. If we have other information that we need to glean from you, oh sorry, I apologise, just before I was going to say goodbye to you, Stephen Dunn has raised his hand. Stephen, I'll bring you in for a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, just briefly, just thank the gentlemen for the presentation and their submission. I certainly concur with your points, particularly around the rise of online gambling and the accessibility of it. Obviously, with online with no age restrictions compared to the physical bookmakers, across our high streets and our town centres and so on. And I think it's that key point that there's no closing times with the online gambling, which is so prevalent. Just on the piece that you submitted, particularly around the secondary stage, you talked a wee bit about education and awareness, and you talked about gambling barely featuring in the current curriculum at GCSE level, which to me was quite alarming. Could you just maybe touch a wee bit more upon that? If it's barely at GCSE level, primary schools, I presume, is very little or very little in terms of education and awareness. I suppose given the the age prevalence of gambling and the accessibility, we'd just be keen to tease out a wee bit more on that if possible, please. Thank you. And just commend the good work that you're doing, raising awareness relatively new as an MLA, but becoming more and more aware of the good work that you're doing, and certainly keep it up.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yes,
Perhaps it would be appropriate for us to get Barry to say a couple of words here, but just almost by way of introduction. We absolutely believe that it is a priority to raise awareness amongst young people. There is an issue about what age that starts at and how it happens, because we need people to understand. It's a bit like smoking 20, 30 years ago. The level of public knowledge about how damaging cigarettes was very low, whereas now you could ask a 6-year-old and they would tell you that smoking kills. What reaction would we have if we asked a set of people as to just how dangerous gambling is? So there is a huge educational effort there. And I think we have to stress the need for that to be independent of the industry. We have to learn from the tobacco playbook. We have to learn from Big Pharma playbook as to how they manage the public perception and education and training around tobacco, around the opioids, etc. So I think it's, and that again is one of the reasons for the need for the levy, is to provide funding so that the education which is delivered to our children is independent and gives the full range of messages. So, Barry, would you like to say just a little bit about what we are doing?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Hello, Stephen. Yes, I'm the programme manager for Gambling with Lives here, based in Northern Ireland. So I totally agree with you. Raising awareness amongst young people is very important. We are embarking basically on a pilot project at the moment. I've been working in a number of schools, not huge numbers, I must say, but it is an opportunity for us to test out the materials, to get young people talking about this as a topic, to interact with young people, to work closely with teachers. And ultimately, we probably want this as a proper area of study as part of the curriculum here. Our understanding is that the Exams Council here don't have gambling awareness as a sort of a standalone programme or area, and that is something that we're very keen to explore and develop. But our obligation at the moment, Stephen, and for anybody that's listening, is that we are engaging with young people. We're working with them. We're providing the information. As my colleagues have already said, this is completely independent. It has been designed and developed by those with lived experience of gambling and gambling addiction and gambling harms. It's independent from the industry, as we have already mentioned. So we feel that we're providing the full picture to young people. And if we don't have the answers, we try our best to find out what they are at a particular time. But so far, in terms of the reactions and the responses from young people, they have been very encouraging. And we have, as I say, we are testing out a range of activities that not just inform young people, but they engage and challenge as well. And it gets young people thinking about this, because we feel it's a very important area and
Folks,
topic
I'm going to have to move our presentation on here today. Just we are very, very limited in time, and I don't want to run out of time with you guys. I was going to ask Barry if you have any outcomes from the education programmes that can confirm for the committee how effective they are. We would be very welcome to receive anything that you can provide to us in writing, perhaps in January, if that would really help us.
Yes, we can certainly provide some feedback to you, and we're also at the moment, our programme, the pilot programme, is being independently evaluated, so we can certainly share with you some of those early findings and recommendations.
That would actually be perfect. That would be great. Ciara, I know that your hand's up, but unless you can do something very, very quickly, I need to move on, because otherwise we won't have time for our COVID fund for charities and social enterprises. So, Ciara.
No, it's just one question, and maybe Barry could follow up. Maybe with regards to obviously safeguarding children and adults at risk, have you done any work with regards to safeguarding policy for the industry?
We have a safeguarding policy in place, obviously because we're accessing schools and I'm working with young people. But what is it specifically you're...
No, one for to be included within a code of practice, for instance. Has there been any work done? It's obviously something that Kevin Higgins brought up with regards to the whole safeguarding policy for the actual industry, gambling industry. So I'm just asking, are you aware of any further work's been done on it or could be done in the future on that?
We haven't done anything so far, and to be honest, I think it's a really good question that you've raised. I'm not aware of anything substantial being done with the industry at the moment.
Okay. Ciara, I might
okay.
actually
Thank
follow
you.
that up with, I'm not sure if the Independent Safeguarding Authority is still happening, but we could probably ask them if there's any considerations, because these are employers and they are businesses. So what is their underage safeguarding? Okay, thank you very much, folks, for your presentation today. As Barry, if you want to send us on the information, and as was saying before, happy Christmas and a safe and well 2022, and we will come back to you if we have other information that we know that you are the experts in and can provide for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, that was a very useful session, but we are going to move on now very quickly to agenda item 10, which is just to let you know that agenda item 11 we've removed. That's the departmental briefing on the budget. It will take place on the 13th of January and will include the monitoring round. We just don't have time, unfortunately, today, but we will move now to agenda item 10 and invite Ben Conway and Ian Greenway into the spotlight, please, for their departmental briefing on the COVID Fund for Charities and Social Enterprises. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming along and thank you for waiting for us. We are extraordinarily tight for time at the moment. We have received your paper, and members, it's page 40 of your tabled papers. If we could ask you then to concentrate then on the COVID Fund for Charities and Social Enterprises, and we'll have a few questions for you, but honestly, we are so tight, the Starleaf's going to run out on us. If you could maybe give us a quick, I know this is very rude, 5 minutes, and then we will ask the questions, and if we can tease out some more information through that. Thank you.
Am I live, Kelly?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, Ian. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, and I will chop back the opening statement we'd prepared because, as you said, Kelly, it's in much of it is in your papers.
Yes.
But what I would highlight is that the executive voted £23 million for the support of charities, culture, language, arts, heritage, sports, charities and social enterprises back in May. We've run the COVID individual recovery programme for creative individuals, and awards are being made from that to the tune of around £3 million. We are now today launching the COVID recovery programme for organisations in those 7 sectors. And one of the key learnings from last year's funds was the need for consistency across sectors. So it is a single programme that is operating across those 7 sectors with a number of delivery bodies, each with expertise in their parts of the world, if you like, parts of the sectors, but with a clearly common framework which draws on lessons learned from the 2020/2021 funds. And to pull out a few elements of that, of the £20 million, with around 3 million of that 23 having gone to creative individuals, of the £20 million remaining, there will be awards across those sectors of up to £50,000 to organisations where there is a COVID-related financial operating deficit in the year April 2021 to March 2022. There is a range of exceptional circumstances that are laid out in the paper where awards can, with a proportionate due diligence, go above that level. There's also information in the paper around how reserves will be treated. But to be clear, reserves are a good thing. They are important for organisational resilience and for many other reasons. So therefore, an organisation can be brought back up to the level of its reserves it had at the start of the year, and or to 6 months 6 months expenditure of reserves, whichever is the lower. We can't take people to a better place than they would have been, but we will recognise that reserves are an important thing, and these are important organisations with those reserves doing good things for people through those sectors. So say there are a number of delivery partners in place. We're not able to reveal our hand on that just now because there's a few governance approvals waited in one or two of the bodies. We expect those to be in place later today, and we'll then formally push the button on this later this afternoon. So you're getting a little bit of a sneak preview for the committee this morning. I think that was under 5 minutes, I hope.
Yeah, it was wonderful, Ian, and to hear you talking about reserves that way, be still my heart, that was fabulous. You've answered one of my questions because I was going to ask you about the delivery partners. Can I just tease out a few and then I'll bring in Andy Allen. Andy, to be honest, to be fair, as part of the committee, has been pushing for this funding to be brought forward. I just want to clarify, in the thinking of this, can an organisation apply to more than one of the partners that will come forward, more than one of the delivery partners? Because you could have a social enterprise that's involved with the arts, or you could have an arts organisation that has, another wing that deals with another part. What's the thoughts on that?
No, it's one programme, one delivery partner. You choose the one that is closest to your main purpose as an organisation, confident that you will get the same award whichever way you go. So there's not any trick question in there.
And then I think you've answered my question with what you meant by deficit. So this does mean that an organisation that has had to dip into their operational, their known liabilities and their reserves, that they can recoup that loss. So that's how they would prove that loss. So that satisfies me. But as you have said, no more than 6 months operating costs. It means then that they're not making a profit or leaving themselves in a more advantageous position as a result of this grant. Okay.
That's correct. There's a small footnote because there may have been a particular reason that there was a very high level of reserves on the 1st of April this year for a whole range of reasons. So there is a footnote, a sort of comply or explain footnote there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Andy, I'm going to bring you in at this stage. Andy Allen.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yep.
Thanks, Ian, for your presentation. Just quickly, 23 million, you said 3 million has gone out for individuals. Can you provide a breakdown of that 20 million across different sectors, please?
Because, Andy, it's a single scheme, and therefore we will look at equity of treatment across the scheme. If the total amount of proposed awards exceed 20 million, that will be dealt with across the scheme by prioritising those organisations who have the highest deficit to turnover ratio, i.e. those that are in most difficulty proportionately. So therefore the funding will flow based on the applications.
Okay, and apologies, Chair, I should have declared an interest as a charity trustee from the outset, so apologies. Just on that, Ian, obviously in the budget it was 5 million allocated for charities and social enterprises. Will that definitely go out to those charities and social enterprises, or is there, as you've outlined, can that go up or down?
That may go up or down. We have done various sampling. Obviously the situation is very fluid, not just least in the last couple of weeks with the new variant. The sectoral development agencies have done a range of modelling and surveys as best they can in this fluid situation. We believe 20 million is just about right, but we won't know until applications are received, and that window will close in late January. Then the awards will be assessed by the delivery partners, and we will see, as you say, there are sports bodies that are social enterprises, there are cultural bodies that are charities. It would be very hard to put everybody back into silos, having said this is a collective sectoral scheme.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And are there any exclusions?
Each sector is defined in slightly different ways, as you'll recall from last year. So a sports organisation needs to be affiliated to a governing body that's recognised by Sport NI. It has to be not-for-profit organisations. If you're a charity, we can't say registered because of the McBride judgment, but you have to have done what is necessary under the Charities Act in terms of making yourselves available for registration. But broadly, if you're not for profit and your primary purpose is in one of those sectors, you will be very likely to be eligible.
When you say making yourself available for registration, will being on the deemed list be enough for those organisations that haven't been registered yet as charities?
Yes, and the committee also asked last year about what are called Section 167 charities, which are charities headquartered elsewhere but who work in Northern Ireland. They will be eligible as long as they can disaggregate their Northern Ireland costs and income. So we can look at an all-Ireland charity or an all-UK charity as long as it can separate out its Northern Ireland activity.
Okay, and that's good news, Ian, and appreciate obviously the department taking that on board from the committee and other committee members raised that. Can you advise, obviously you had indicated May, and I appreciate obviously we're in difficult times. What has been the delay in bringing this forward?
I'm not, and you wouldn't expect me to roll over and say delay. What happened in May when the money was voted was the Culture, Arts, Heritage Task Force was very clear that supporting individuals was the most urgent priority, and so we progressed that. But also many sectoral organisations we engaged with said, actually, until furlough unwinds in September, people don't really know where they are and where they're going to be. So therefore, it is better to wait until we're clear of the impacts of furlough ending before we prioritise and work out where the priorities for funding are.
Okay. Maybe a bit of advice for the department. It may well have been prudent to articulate that. Certainly I was not aware of that. And certainly when I raised this with the Minister on numerous occasions, yes, she did highlight engagement with the sector, but that was not communicated as far as I'm aware. So that would have been useful to know throughout this process. Just reading your overview document and the figure of 50,000 is highlighted, and I know obviously there are exceptions to going above that. How did you arrive at £50,000?
It was arrived at in discussion with the delivery partners with their knowledge of the sectors, but also taking account of, in the Charities Fund last year, there was a cap of 75,000. This year, on average, we felt, and the sectors felt, the challenge had not been quite as great as in 2020/2021 for the disruption to business, if you could call it that, from COVID. So therefore, we took a view that 50,000 should be a normal limit beyond which additional considerations needed to come into play. What I should emphasise is this is about deficit funding. This is not about new projects, etc. So there's no issues around how an organisation is going to be able to spend this by the end of March. It will be a financial fact about the hole they need filling in their profit and loss account.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks, Ian. Sure, I'll leave it there and let other members come in. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Just to remind any members who are on Starleaf if they want to raise their hand. Ian, can I just ask you with regards to the timescale? It does say sectoral organisations will lodge applications in January 2022. I'm just wondering about those sectoral organisations, because in the last sports rounds, for instance, we had bowling clubs who perhaps wouldn't have been attached to or recognised, to be honest. So because they would be not-for-profit, volunteer-led, are you saying that they would still have to be connected to, say, Sport NI or a registered affiliated body before they could apply?
Yes, and I am conscious, Kelly, in the sporting world, there are certain sports that don't fall within the recognised governing bodies by Sport NI. There is an issue around bowls with those. We recognise the scheme may not be perfect, that it may not capture absolutely anybody, but if the primary organisations have to look down and say, what's their primary purpose? If they're registered, inverted commas, registered as a charity, they can go that route as a cross-cutting way in, if you like. A bowling club may well not be, in which case, if it isn't through the Sport NI system, it won't be eligible for this funding. We have to be able to draw some lines around the edge of this somewhere.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Can I just ask then, if applications will be lodged in January, when are you anticipating this will go live? Imminently, I take it?
The different delivery bodies have slightly different mechanisms. Some, if you recall, with the Charities Fund Phase 2 last year, we had a pre-announcement period when people could get all their material together, get their figures together. It is likely that that will apply again in the charity social enterprise world. Others in the heritage world may actually open for applications today. we don't expect to see many of them pre-Christmas, just with the amount of work that's involved in getting the material together and checking it and double checking it. The closing date will be no later than the 28th of January. One or two delivery bodies may be a day or two earlier than that. That then really means assessments in February and payment procedures in March, very simplistically. That obviously, in one sentence, covers an awful lot of activity that will be required.
Thank you very much. No other members have indicated at this stage, Ian, so it just goes to show how brilliant your paper was that you sent through to us. This is very welcomed. I know it's later on in the financial year, but knowing our organisations that have not been able to fundraise and are coming to us on a regular basis with concerns over their sustainability, and this is very much welcome. So thank you very much both to yourself, Ian and Ben. This is a Christmas present for the sector, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much, committee.
Thank you, everyone. That's some good news to bring, and we'll look forward today for all of us to be sharing those applications as soon as they're open. As I've said, agenda item 11 has been removed because we just have run out of time. We're moving on to the SL1 section of our agenda. I'm going to read through the SL1s, and then I do need you, while we're going through this, to look at an email that was provided to you today, which is a very last minute piece of paper, but it's an urgent piece of paper that's come through about statutory sick pay. But I'll start off now with agenda item 12, that's SL1, the housing related functions of the Department of Finance exercised by Housing Executive Regulations Northern Ireland 2021. A copy of the SL1 is at page 537 of your packs. The proposed rule will prescribe the functions that will transfer from Land and Property Services in the Department of Finance and will be carried out by the Northern Ireland Housing Executive to administer housing benefit for rates and low income rate relief for owner occupiers. So I look to members. Have you any comments, or are you content for us to proceed to make the rule? I need to hear you, folks.
Content.
Content, thank you very much. So we'll go on ahead with that one then. Agenda item 13 is SL1, Draft Welfare Supplementary Payment Extension Regulations Northern Ireland 2021. A copy of the SL1 is at page 543. The proposed rule will remove the current termination date of the 31st of March 2020 that is specified in the Subordinates Welfare Mitigation Legislation and replace it with a new termination date of the 31st of March 2025. This will have the effect of restoring statutory welfare mitigation payments until the 31st of March 2025. Members, have you any comments, or are you content for the department to make this rule?
Chair.
Yes, Andy.
Andy here. Not going to vote against this rule, but I wish it to be placed on record that I'm not content with the 3-year date. I believe obviously this just creates a further cliff edge, and I've been clear on that. So I'd just like to put that on the record, but I won't vote against the rule.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. No other member, but are we then?
Just to suppose, Chair, just the welcome that it is here, that's notwithstanding the concerns Andy has expressed. You just mentioned the Christmas present there to Ian Greenway. I think that this is a Christmas present that's coming a couple of years too late, sadly, but we're glad that it's arrived.
Yeah, absolutely. But are we content for the department to proceed to make this rule?
Yeah, content.
Caveats, yeah. Now, I want to draw your attention then to the email that you have been provided with, folks. This is something that's come through during the meeting, to be honest, for ourselves. So this has come from the DALO, and it is the Statutory Sick Pay Medical Evidence Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2021. The Department for Communities proposes to make a statutory rule under powers conferred by the Social Security Administration Northern Ireland Act 1992. The statutory rule is subject to negative resolution before the Assembly, and the purpose of the rule is that the proposed statutory rule amends Statutory Sick Pay Medical Evidence Regulations Northern Ireland 1985 to provide for the self-certification period for statutory sick pay to be extended from 7 days to 28 days until the 26th of January. And this is to support the COVID booster programme. So it's to take work away from the GPs who would be required to provide, the return to work certificates. up until the 26th of January. So members, I appreciate that this is very late. This is not the way that we work, but I'm asking if you have any comments, or are you content for the department to proceed to make this rule?
Chair,
yes.
I can comment, just so we're sure. So this is just a measure that ends on the 26th of January.
Until the 26th of January, yes.
It falls, basically. So decisions that we take today to support or otherwise is only a temporary measure.
Yes.
If I'm right, can I just state, place on record, whilst there might well have been urgency with this, and whilst it's coming up to Christmas, and whilst it's to do with the booster campaign, and it's great that we have the facility there for people to avail, all of those caveated together, it's no way to do business. And I'm deeply concerned at the way that we've had to deal with this, and I wouldn't like to see anything like this come before us again.
I think I agree with you. We're continually now getting last minute things coming through from the department. I hope the department that are listening in, the committee is working with you, work with us by getting papers through to us in a timely manner. We're trying our best here. The rule will be made and laid on the 17th of December 2021, and will come into operation on the same date. It will end on the 26th of January. It's a pity that we didn't have this beforehand, because somebody's obviously pulled together the information to lay with the business office, but we should be in receipt of the papers at some stage, I'm assuming later today. But members, can I just confirm, are you content for the department to proceed to make the rule?
Content, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Agenda item 14.
Chair, just quickly, I obviously content, but can we just ask for background detail in terms of when the department were aware that they wanted to make this rule, etc., just to see a time frame? Because like Paul, this is no way to do business, and I'm becoming increasingly frustrated at the way in which this department's handling itself.
Absolutely, then we all agreed then we write to the department to seek clarification of when they knew about this, why we weren't notified with more notice, and so on. Yep. Great. Thank you. Right, moving on to agenda item 14 now, which is correspondence. It's page 552 of your pack. So members, you'll see the correspondence provided. Just catching up with you with my pack. The correspondence with note the receipt of the following items of correspondence attached and below on page 552. Members may wish to consider the proposed next stage for each item, and you'll note on that page there's some items where we intend to write to people or request copies of synopsis. Are members content to note, or anyone have any comments? If you're content, just say yes. Yep. Let me hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Agenda item 15, forward work programme. Okay, members, we need to decide if we're meeting on the 21st of December based on the progress we have made today on the private tenancies bill. At this stage, it would be the case that we are intending to meet on the 21st. During the meeting, Claire McCanny has been in contact with officials, and the officials have confirmed that they will have more information to us in advance of the 21st. So it would be worthwhile for us to meet on the 21st to get some of this information passed through. We are running out of time on the private tenancies bill, and the more that we can get dealt with prior to Christmas, the better. So members, I'm going to propose then that when we come to that part, that we do actually meet on the 21st of December. We then have the first meeting of the new year will be Tuesday the 11th of January in room 29. Time is to be confirmed as we need to finalise our report on the private tenancies bill by the end of that week. As there's no plenary on that date, we would envisage meeting until 1 o'clock on that day, so it's not our usual Tuesday where we try to end early, that we will take it like a full committee day. So just to let you know about that.
Can I ask, Chair, are we meeting then on the 13th of January also?
Yes, we will be meeting.
Thursday,
that's our normal day. Yeah.
Chair, yes, we will need 2 meetings that week to finalise amendments and clear the report. And we do have the briefing, the budget briefing on the 13th now as well.
So can I ask again, why the necessity of the meeting the 21st? Is it to assist our staff and the bill clerk?
It'll be our staff as well, because Claire's been charged now with finding out about that new clause that we're proposing, so it's to assist with that as well. Okay,
as long as it's to assist and not hinder, because obviously having a further meeting on the 21st affects the staff.
Yes.
So it would need to be a positive rather than a negative with regards to that.
It's a difficult call to make right at this moment, because the department have said to me that they will have the amendment on clause 7 with us, and that they should have the one amendment on clause 3 that they're doing with us, and they will be reviewing Claire's draft amendment. I can't obviously guarantee at this point in time that those documents will appear, but we hope that they do, and it allows us to clear a couple of things. And I will endeavour to have some draft recommendations as well, maybe for Tuesday, and we could clear those too.
Okay. It's just I didn't want to meet on the 21st whenever we could have done everything we needed to do on the 11th. But if there is going to be work done in the interim between the 21st and the 11th, then I'm happy enough and content.
Okay.
I'm always looking after the staff.
I know.
Thank you.
I think we'll have a party then on the 21st. So just to advise members that, so any other business, just want to check, is any member anything under any other business? Andy, your hand's still up?
Yeah, Chair, I have something quickly. I'm sure members will be aware of the 55 million that the Finance Minister has identified to be allocated to the Communities Minister, earmarked for an energy payment support scheme. I'm mindful to date that we as a committee have not been given any detail on what format this scheme will take, even though we've asked, and just re-emphasise our call to the department that they provide us with information as to what this scheme is, what it will look like, and how it will be rolled out.
Yeah, I think that we've all heard rumours of what it may be like, but there's been nothing official. You're absolutely right, Andy, coming to this committee. So I think we need to write and ask officials if they could provide something to us as soon as possible. Given the fact that we are already in winter, it is already cold, it would be useful if we could let people know as soon as possible what support will be available and how they can avail of that support. So you're absolutely right, we'll ask for that detail. I appreciate the department may still be working through the detail, but we're their committee. You know, it shouldn't be for them to go to the press before they actually let us know what's happening. Yeah. Anybody else have any other business?
Chair, I should have raised this under correspondence really, but it was in terms of the housing supply strategy that's now out for consultation, and I know there had been an update sent on, and that was in correspondence. Although I'm not sure it said that a statement was imminent. I just think we could be doing with a wee session on that. It's a massively important strategy, and I know it's out for consultation now, but I think we as a committee should be given consideration to that as a committee. Another wee thing was just in terms of the Minister's statement yesterday, very welcome. One, our announcement around the improvement the pay terms and conditions of workers in the community and voluntary sector. If we could be furnished with a wee bit more detail on that as to who the beneficiaries will be, and it's long overdue, but just to see exactly where it's going, and then that will help us identify where else uplifts are needed.
Thank you very much, Mark. We can certainly write on that one. So that would be that rather than just request a copy of the synopsis of responses, that we actually get a more formal update from the department on the housing supply consultation. On your other issue,
I thought it was a strange one for a written statement too. In my view, I thought what would have warranted an oral one, but it's out and it's welcome, and we will have an opportunity to respond to it as parties and as MLAs and as citizens. But I do think as a committee, I do think we work well together, and could benefit from that sort of collaborative work and looking at it as a committee.
Okay, no problem. The other issue that you brought up about the terms and conditions and the real living wage,
Yes.
I have to say I'm a little concerned, not by our minister bringing it in for communities, but by all of the other community and voluntary sector organisations that are funded through health, infrastructure, economy, whatever other department it may well be. They won't have the same terms and conditions and real living wage, so it'd be interesting to see how that's going to go forward. Perhaps we should write to the Executive Office asking how this will be rolled out across all departments. So members, then we come now to agenda item 17, which is the date time of our next meeting, which will now be Tuesday the 21st December, probably at 9 AM in room 30, where we will continue on the deliberations on the private tenancies bill. Okay, folks, I know it was a long session today. Thank you very much for your time, and see you on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
9. This is